The Greek understanding of the world began not with historical events, but with mythological narratives that explained the origins of the cosmos, humanity, and the divine order. These myths provided the cultural foundation upon which Greek civilization would later build its achievements. In the beginning was chaos, not merely disorder, but a yawning void, a formless expanse of nothingness. From this primordial emptiness emerged Gaia, the first being, the mother of all that would come. Solid and eternal, Gaia produced Uranus to cover her, the mountains to crown her, and Pontus to encircle her shores. From the union of Gaia and Uranus came the Titans, 12 powerful deities of enormous strength and stature. Chief among them was Cronus, the youngest and most cunning. Uranus, fearing his children might overthrow him, imprisoned them within Gaia, causing her great pain. In retaliation, Gaia crafted a great adamantine sickle and entrusted it to Cronus, who used it to castrate his father. From Uranus's spilled blood arose the Erinyes, Furies, the giants, and the Meliae, ash tree nymphs, while from the sea foam, generated by his severed genitals, arose Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Cronus then assumed rulership of the cosmos, taking his sister Rhea as his consort. But like his father before him, Cronus feared being overthrown by his children. Upon learning of a prophecy that his offspring would depose him, he swallowed each child as Rhea gave birth: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon. When Zeus was born, however, Rhea deceived Cronus by wrapping a stone in swaddling clothes, which he swallowed instead. Zeus was raised in secret on Crete. Upon reaching maturity, Zeus forced Cronus to disgorge his siblings. With his brothers and sisters now free, Zeus led them in a decade-long war against the Titans, the Titanomachy. With the aid of the 100-handed ones and the Cyclopes, whom Zeus freed from Tartarus, the younger gods eventually triumphed. The defeated Titans were imprisoned in Tartarus, the deepest region of the underworld, and the cosmos came under the rule of Zeus and his siblings, the Olympians. Following their victory, the Olympian gods established a divine hierarchy that would govern the cosmos. Zeus claimed dominion over the sky and became king of the gods, wielding the thunderbolt crafted for him by the Cyclopes. His brother Poseidon received authority over the seas, rivers, and earthquakes, while Hades was given rule of the underworld and the dead. These three brothers essentially divided the world between them. Their sisters took on crucial roles as well. Hera became Zeus's wife and queen, presiding over marriage and childbirth. Demeter governed agriculture and the harvest, and Hestia tended the sacred hearth, representing the center of domestic life and religious sacrifice. Other Olympians soon joined this divine family. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, sprang fully formed and armored from Zeus's head. Apollo became god of light, music, prophecy, and healing, while his twin sister Artemis ruled over the hunt, wilderness, and young women. Ares presided over warfare, particularly its brutal and chaotic aspects. Aphrodite governed love, beauty, and desire. Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, mastered fire and metallurgy. Hermes served as messenger of the gods and guide to travelers, merchants, and the recently deceased, while Dionysus became the god of wine, festivity, theatre, and ecstatic release. Each deity possessed distinct domains of influence, specific symbols, and sacred animals. Their complex relationships, conflicts, and alliances mirrored human social structures, providing explanatory narratives for natural phenomena and social institutions alike. The Greeks did not see their gods as perfect or morally flawless. Rather, the Olympians exhibited human traits magnified to divine proportions: jealousy, lust, anger, compassion, wisdom, and folly. Humanity's origins in Greek mythology are inextricably linked to Prometheus, a titan who sided with Zeus during the Titanomachy. According to Hesiod, Prometheus formed humans from clay, while Athena breathed life into these creations. As the patron and champion of mortals, Prometheus sought to elevate their condition. When Zeus established the practice of sacrifice, requiring humans to honor the gods with a portion of their food, Prometheus devised a scheme to favor mortals. He divided a sacrificial bull into two portions, one containing the valuable meat hidden beneath unappetizing oxhide, the other comprising bones concealed beneath glistening fat. Given the choice, Zeus selected the seemingly appealing portion of fat-covered bones, thereby establishing the tradition of humans sacrificing bones and fat to the gods while keeping the meat for themselves. Enraged by this deception, Zeus withheld fire from humanity, leaving them cold and unable to cook food or develop technology. Prometheus, unwilling to see his creations suffer, stole fire from the gods, either from Hephaestus's forge or from the sun itself, and delivered it to humans in a hollow fennel stalk. This act of defiance earned Zeus's wrath. He ordered Prometheus chained to a rock in the Caucasus Mountains, where an eagle would daily devour his liver, which regenerated each night due to his immortality, ensuring eternal torment. Centuries later, Heracles would free Prometheus during his labors. Zeus punished humanity as well, instructing Hephaestus to create Pandora, the first woman, endowed with gifts from various gods: beauty, persuasiveness, and skill in crafts, but also curiosity and deceit. She was sent to Prometheus's brother Epimetheus with a sealed jar, often mistranslated as box. Despite Prometheus's warning against accepting gifts from Zeus, Epimetheus welcomed Pandora, who eventually opened the jar, releasing all manner of evils, diseases, and hardships into the world. Only hope remained trapped inside, explaining both humanity's suffering and its enduring capacity for optimism despite adversity. Hesiod's Works and Days presents a narrative of gradual human decline through 5 successive ages. The first humans lived during the Golden Age under Cronus's rule, a time of perfect harmony, abundance without labor, and peace. Humans lived like gods, free from suffering, aging gradually without infirmity before passing peacefully into the afterlife. These souls became benevolent spirits watching over later generations. The Silver Age, beginning under Zeus's reign, produced a markedly inferior humanity, childlike beings who remained with their mothers for 100 years, and upon reaching adulthood, lived briefly in foolish discord before dying. Refusing to honor the gods, these souls became blessed underworld spirits. Next came the Bronze Age, populated by a warlike race created from ash trees, obsessed with violence and might. They eventually destroyed themselves through constant warfare and descended unnamed into Hades. The Heroic Age, the only upward trend in this otherwise degenerative sequence, produced the great heroes of myth who fought at Thebes and Troy. These demigods, superior to those of the Bronze Age in justice and virtue, achieved great deeds before meeting their fates. The worthiest among them were transported to the Isles of the Blessed, where they live in paradise under the rule of Cronus. Finally came Hesiod's own time, the Iron Age, an era of constant labor, suffering, dishonor, and moral decay. In this fallen state, children dishonor parents, brothers fight brothers, and oaths and justice lose significance. Hesiod predicted this age would end when humans are born with grey hair at their temples, signaling Zeus's destruction of this race as well. This myth reinforces Greek pessimism about moral progress, while simultaneously exalting their heroic past, positioning contemporary Greeks as descendants of a superior ancestry to which they must aspire despite inevitable decline. The mythic age reached its zenith in the stories of heroes, mortals of extraordinary ability, often of semi-divine parentage, who exemplified Greek virtues and established the paradigms of heroic achievement. Heracles, known to Romans as Hercules, son of Zeus and the mortal woman Alcmene, embodied physical strength and endurance. Persecuted from birth by Hera's jealousy, he faced his greatest challenge after killing his own children in a fit of madness sent by the goddess. As atonement, he was commanded to perform 12 seemingly impossible labors, slaying the Nemean lion and the Lernaean hydra, capturing the Cyrenian hind, Erymanthian boar, and Cretan bull, clearing the Augean stables, driving away the Stymphalian birds, capturing the mares of Diomedes, obtaining Hippolyta's girdle, stealing Geryon's cattle, retrieving the golden apples of the Hesperides, and capturing Cerberus from the underworld. Through these labors, Heracles journeyed across the known world and beyond, establishing his reputation as the greatest of heroes. His apotheosis, transformation into a god upon his death, represented the highest achievement possible for a mortal. Perseus, son of Zeus and Danae, embodied cunning and divine favor. When his grandfather Acrisius, fearing a prophecy that his grandson would kill him, cast mother and child adrift in a wooden chest, the sea carried them safely to Seriphos. Years later, King Polydectes, desiring Danae, sent Perseus on what seemed a suicide mission to bring back the head of Medusa, whose gaze turned men to stone. Aided by Athena and Hermes, Perseus acquired winged sandals, a reflective shield, a curved sword, a cap of invisibility, and a special sack. Using the shield as a mirror to avoid direct eye contact, he beheaded Medusa as she slept. From her severed neck sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a warrior with a golden sword. During his return journey, Perseus rescued Andromeda from a sea monster, established several cities, and accidentally fulfilled the prophecy by killing his grandfather with a stray discus during athletic games. Theseus, identified with Athens's civic ideals, represented heroism in service to civilization. Son of Aegeus, or possibly Poseidon, and Aethra, he journeyed from Troezen to Athens, defeating bandits and monsters along the way. In Athens, he volunteered to join the tribute of 14 youths sent to Crete, where King Minos imprisoned them in the labyrinth to be devoured by the Minotaur, a creature half man and half bull. With the help of Minos's daughter, Ariadne, and her ball of thread, Theseus navigated the labyrinth, slew the Minotaur, and led the Athenian youths to freedom. Though he abandoned Ariadne on Naxos, either by choice or divine intervention, Theseus returned to Athens, where he eventually became king. He unified Attica under Athenian governance, instituted democratic reforms, and established religious festivals, making him both monster slayer and civilization builder. Jason led the Argonauts, a company of Greece's greatest heroes, including Heracles, Orpheus, and the Dioscuri, on the quest for the Golden Fleece. When his uncle Pelias usurped the throne of Iolcus, Jason was sent on this seemingly impossible mission as a precondition for reclaiming his birthright. With a ship built by Argus under Athena's guidance, the heroes undertook a voyage across the Black Sea to Colchis, overcoming numerous obstacles through combined strength, skill, and divine assistance. In Colchis, King Aeetes set impossible tasks for Jason, who succeeded only with help from the king's daughter, the sorceress Medea, who had fallen in love with him. After obtaining the fleece, Jason and Medea fled, eventually reaching Iolcus. Their story ended tragically when Jason later abandoned Medea for a political marriage, prompting her murderous revenge. These hero myths, while entertaining, served crucial cultural functions. They connected aristocratic families to divine ancestry, established pan-Hellenic cultural bonds through shared narratives, provided etiological explanations for customs and place names, and offered models of excellence for Greek youth. Heroes demonstrated that mortals could achieve extraordinary deeds through arete, excellence, even in a cosmos governed by powerful and often capricious gods. No mythic narrative held greater significance for Greek self-understanding than the Trojan War cycle, an intricate complex of stories surrounding a 10-year conflict between a coalition of Greek kingdoms and the city of Troy in northwestern Anatolia. Though later archaeological evidence would confirm Troy's historical existence and destruction around 1200 to 1180 BC, the Greeks understood these events primarily through myth and epic poetry, most notably Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. The conflict's origins lay in divine machinations. At the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, parents of Achilles, Eris, Discord, uninvited due to her troublesome nature, tossed a golden apple inscribed for the fairest among the guests. 3 goddesses claimed it: Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. Zeus, unwilling to judge between his wife, daughter, and sister, delegated the decision to Paris, a prince of Troy, who was tending sheep on Mount Ida. Each goddess attempted to influence Paris's choice with bribes. Hera offered political power, Athena promised military glory and wisdom, and Aphrodite tempted him with the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen, wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. Paris awarded the apple to Aphrodite, earning her favor but the eternal enmity of Hera and Athena. When Paris later visited Sparta, he abducted or eloped with Helen, taking her to Troy, along with substantial treasure. Menelaus invoked an oath that all of Helen's former suitors had sworn to defend her marriage to whomever she chose, and his brother Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, assembled an expeditionary force of Greek or Achaean kingdoms. The coalition included numerous legendary figures: crafty Odysseus of Ithaca, aged and wise Nestor of Pylos, the giant Ajax of Salamis, Diomedes of Argos, and reluctant Achilles, greatest of Greek warriors, whom prophecy had declared essential for victory despite his fated death at Troy. The assembled fleet languished at Aulis due to contrary winds until Agamemnon sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia to appease Artemis, an act that would later prompt his wife Clytemnestra's vengeful murder of him. After false landings and skirmishes, the Greeks established a beachhead near Troy and began what would become a decade-long siege. Homer's Iliad does not narrate the entire war, but focuses on several crucial weeks in its 9th year, centering on Achilles' rage after Agamemnon appropriated his war prize, the captive woman Briseis. Withdrawing from battle in proud indignation, Achilles allowed the Trojans, led by Crown Prince Hector, to push the Greeks back to their ships. Only after his beloved companion Patroclus fell to Hector's spear did Achilles return to battle, slaying Hector in single combat and desecrating his body, before finally allowing King Priam to ransom his son's corpse for proper burial. The epic concludes with Hector's funeral, foreshadowing both Troy's fall and Achilles' imminent death. The remainder of the war, not covered in the Iliad, included several critical events: the arrival of Amazon warriors and Ethiopian forces to aid Troy, Achilles' slaying of Amazon Queen Penthesilea, and Ethiopian prince Memnon, before being killed himself when Paris's arrow, guided by Apollo, struck his vulnerable heel. The suicide of Ajax after Odysseus won Achilles' divine armor in a contest, and the deployment of the infamous Trojan horse. This wooden structure, filled with Greek warriors and left outside Troy's gates as the Greek fleet pretended to abandon the siege, was brought inside the city despite the warnings of Cassandra and Laocoon. At night, the hidden Greeks emerged, opened the gates for their returning army, and sacked the city with exceptional brutality. The war's aftermath scattered both victors and vanquished. The surviving Trojans faced enslavement or exile, notably Aeneas, who escaped to eventually found a lineage leading to Rome, according to later Latin tradition. The returning Greeks encountered varied fates. Agamemnon arrived home to be murdered by Clytemnestra and her lover Aegisthus. Menelaus and Helen wandered for years before reconciling in Sparta. Ajax the Lesser was drowned by Poseidon for impiety. Diomedes found his wife unfaithful and went to Italy, and Odysseus endured a decade of further adventures before reaching Ithaca, as narrated in the Odyssey. The Trojan cycle provided Greeks with a foundational narrative of collective identity, a proto-national mythology explaining their common bonds, despite political fragmentation. It established ethical paradigms, exploring themes of honor, reputation, divine justice, fate, glory, and the tension between individual excellence and communal obligation. Most kingdoms traced their ruling dynasties to Trojan war heroes, lending these myths political significance as charter narratives legitimizing aristocratic authority. These myths collectively constituted more than mere entertainment. They formed the essential framework of Greek understanding of the cosmos, humanity's place within it, and their own cultural identity. Without state-sponsored religious dogma or sacred texts, myths provided flexible but coherent explanations for natural phenomena, social institutions, and moral principles. The mythic tradition portrayed a world where divine power permeated all aspects of existence, yet operated through comprehensible patterns. Gods represented both natural forces and abstract concepts, giving visible form to invisible principles. This mythological system allowed Greeks to conceptualize a universe that, while often harsh and arbitrary, remained fundamentally ordered and intelligible. These narratives also established paradigms of human excellence and limitation. Heroes demonstrated that mortals could approach divinity through extraordinary achievement, yet ultimately remained subject to mortality and fate. This tension between glorious aspiration and inevitable limitation became a defining characteristic of Greek cultural attitudes. Myths united Greeks across political boundaries through shared sacred sites, festivals, and literary traditions. When performed at Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries like Delphi or Olympia, these stories reinforced cultural cohesion among otherwise fiercely independent communities. Athletic competitions and dramatic performances, deeply rooted in mythic narratives, similarly fostered this sense of common heritage. As Greek civilization developed, these myths underwent continuous reinterpretation. Archaic poets systematized them. Classical dramatists explored their ethical complexities. Philosophers allegorized them, and historians rationalized them. Yet their essential outlines remained recognizable across centuries, a testament to their fundamental importance in Greek cultural self-definition. The mythic framework established during this pre-literate period would provide the foundation upon which Greece's historical achievements in philosophy, science, politics, and art would later build. When examined as cultural artifacts rather than literal accounts, these myths reveal sophisticated engagement with fundamental questions of existence, the same questions that would later drive Greek philosophical and scientific inquiry, suggesting significant continuity beneath apparent transformation as Greece moved from mythic understanding to more analytical modes of thought. As the mists of mythology gradually clear, archaeological evidence reveals the first complex societies that flourished in the Aegean world. From the dawn of the 3rd millennium to the final century of the 2nd millennium BC, the Bronze Age saw sophisticated civilizations rise and fall, laying foundations upon which later Greek culture would build. The Aegean Bronze Age flowered later than its counterparts in Egypt and Mesopotamia, but developed distinctive cultures with unique technological innovations, artistic styles, and social structures. Positioned where 3 continents meet, these early societies thrived through maritime connections that enabled trade and cultural exchange with older civilizations to the east and south. The distinctive geography of the Aegean, a terrain of islands, peninsulas, and intricate coastlines, made seafaring necessary and natural. Maritime trade became the lifeblood of these societies, helping them overcome the constraints of mountainous terrain and limited farmland. Trade routes gradually reached across the Mediterranean and beyond, linking Aegean settlements with Egyptian, Levantine, and Anatolian civilizations. The early 3rd millennium saw transformative development with the introduction of bronze technology. The copper-tin alloy provided durable tools and weapons that transformed agriculture, craftsmanship, and warfare. Metallurgical expertise became a valuable skill, and control over metal resources conferred significant economic and political power. Bronze also stimulated long-distance trade, as tin was scarce in the Aegean and had to be imported from distant sources. 2 major civilizations dominated the Aegean Bronze Age, the Minoans of Crete and the Mycenaeans of mainland Greece. Though connected through trade and cultural exchange, they developed distinct social structures, artistic styles, and political systems that would exert varying degrees of influence on later Greek culture. The Minoan civilization first appeared on Crete in the early 3rd millennium BC. By the 2nd millennium, it had blossomed into a sophisticated society that would dominate the Aegean until the 15th century. Named after the mythical King Minos by modern archaeologists, this culture established the first advanced civilization on European soil. The absence of defensive walls around major Minoan settlements suggests a relatively peaceful society, secure in its maritime power. At the heart of Minoan civilization stood the palace complexes, most notably at Knossos, Phaistos, Malea, and Zakros. These were not simply royal residences, but multifunctional centers that integrated administrative, religious, storage, and production facilities. The palaces featured sophisticated architectural elements, including multiple stories, light wells, elaborate drainage systems, and indoor plumbing that would not be equaled in Europe for thousands of years. The largest palace at Knossos sprawled over nearly 5 acres, with hundreds of rooms arranged around a central courtyard. Its complex layout likely inspired the Greek myth of the labyrinth. The structure included workshops, storage magazines with massive clay jars for olive oil and grain, audience chambers, and residential quarters. Vibrant frescoes adorned the walls, depicting scenes of nature, religious ceremonies, and athletic events, including the famous bull-leaping ritual, where acrobats performed dangerous feats with bulls. Minoan society developed a hierarchical structure centered on the palaces. At the apex stood a ruler, possibly a priest-king, who combined political and religious authority. Palace elites administered a complex economic system that collected agricultural surplus, organized craft production, and controlled foreign trade. Bureaucrats used sophisticated record-keeping systems, first in the undeciphered pictographic script called hieroglyphic Minoan, then in a syllabic script known as Linear A, which remains untranslated but appears to record a non-Greek language. Minoan religion centered on female divinities, with a prominent goddess often depicted holding snakes or accompanied by animals. Sacred caves, mountaintop sanctuaries, and palace shrines served as worship sites. Religious practices included processions, offerings, and possibly ecstatic rituals, suggested by artistic depictions of dancing figures. The frequent bull imagery in Minoan art indicates this animal held special religious significance, perhaps as a symbol of fertility and strength. Minoan artists created works of extraordinary sophistication and naturalism. The palace frescoes revealed a love of nature and movement, depicting marine life, flowering plants, and graceful human figures in vivid colors against varied backgrounds. Their pottery evolved from early dark-on-light patterns to the distinctive marine style, decorated with octopuses, dolphins, and seaweed. Minoan craftspeople also produced exquisite stone vases, delicate gold jewelry, and carved seal stones showing remarkable detail despite their minute size. The Minoans established a maritime commercial empire across the Aegean. Their ships, depicted in art as crescent-shaped vessels with numerous oarsmen, connected Crete with Egypt, the Levant, Cyprus, and the Greek mainland. Minoan influence spread throughout the Cycladic islands, and settlements with Minoan characteristics appeared on islands like Thera, Chaea, and Rhodes. This network allowed the exchange of raw materials, manufactured goods, and cultural ideas throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Mid-15th century Crete witnessed a catastrophic decline in Minoan civilization. Many palaces bear scars of destruction, though scholars debate whether natural disaster, invasion, or internal revolt caused this downfall. The volcanic eruption at Thera, a century and a half earlier, had already devastated nearby islands, possibly weakening Minoan power through tsunami damage and agricultural disruption. As Minoan influence waned, Mycenaean culture from the mainland filled the void. Even Knossos, the greatest Minoan center, eventually adopted Mycenaean administrative practices and the Greek-based Linear B script. While Minoan civilization flourished on Crete, a distinct culture took shape on the Greek mainland. In the centuries following 1600 BC, Mycenaean civilization became the first advanced culture dominated by Greek-speaking peoples, taking its name from the prominent citadel of Mycenae, excavated by Heinrich Schliemann in the 19th century. This society gradually extended its influence across the entire Aegean world. Unlike the apparently peaceful Minoans, Mycenaean society exhibited a stronger martial character. Their settlements centered on heavily fortified citadels, built on easily defensible hills. These strongholds featured massive stone walls, constructed of such large blocks that later Greeks attributed them to the mythical Cyclopes. The most impressive example remains the Lion Gate at Mycenae, where a relief sculpture of two lionesses flanking a column still guards the citadel entrance. Mycenaean palaces followed a different pattern from their Minoan counterparts, centering on the megaron, a rectangular hall with a central hearth surrounded by columns and accessed through a porch with columns. This architectural form would later influence the development of Greek temple architecture. The palaces served as administrative centers, seats of royal power, and redistribution hubs for agricultural products and manufactured goods. Social hierarchy appears more rigid in Mycenaean society than in Minoan Crete. At the top stood the Wonax, a king, who combined military, political, and religious authority. A warrior aristocracy controlled wealth and power, while specialized craftspeople occupied intermediate social positions. Archaeological evidence and Linear B tablets reveal an economy with significant palatial control, where administrators recorded detailed inventories of goods, personnel, and production quotas. The Mycenaean elite demonstrated their status through conspicuous wealth and military prowess. The spectacular shaft graves at Mycenae contained lavish burial goods, gold death masks, bronze weapons, amber beads, and intricately crafted jewelry. Later, Tholos tombs, massive beehive-shaped chambers built of precisely cut stones, required substantial labor and engineering skill, demonstrating the continuing importance of monumental architecture for expressing political power. Mycenaean culture revealed both indigenous development and considerable Minoan influence, particularly in artistic techniques and religious practices. Fresco painting adorned palace walls with scenes of processions, hunting, and warfare. Pottery evolved from Minoan prototypes into distinctive styles, most notably the pictorial vases showing warriors, chariots, and hunting scenes. Mycenaean craftspeople produced remarkable gold work, carved ivories, and elaborate bronze weapons inlaid with precious materials. The most significant Mycenaean cultural achievement may have been the adaptation of Linear A script to record their Greek language, creating Linear B. Clay tablets preserved by the fires that destroyed the palaces reveal a detailed administrative system tracking personnel, agricultural production, craft manufacturing, and religious offerings. While primarily administrative in function, these documents provide our earliest evidence of Greek language and shed light on social structure, economic organization, and religious practices. Mycenaean religion shared elements with both Minoan predecessors and later Greek practices. The Linear B tablets record offerings to deities recognizable from classical Greek religion, including Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Artemis, and Dionysus. Religious activities included animal sacrifice, libations, and processions. Female divinities featured prominently, while local nature spirits and heroes received worship alongside major gods. By 1400 BC, Mycenaean power had expanded throughout the Aegean. They established control over Minoan Crete, occupied islands throughout the Aegean, and established trading colonies or outposts along the coasts of Anatolia. Mycenaean goods have been found throughout the Mediterranean, from Spain to Egypt and the Levant, indicating extensive trade networks. Whether this expansion represented a coherent empire or a cultural sphere with independent kingdoms remains disputed, but Mycenaean influence clearly dominated the late Aegean Bronze Age. The Mycenaean era corresponds roughly with the legendary period of Greek mythology. The citadels of Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, and Thebes feature prominently in tales of gods and heroes. Archaeological evidence lends credence to some mythological elements. The city of Troy was indeed a significant settlement. Massive fortifications did characterize mainland centers, and aspects of material culture match Homeric descriptions. While mythology cannot be taken as reliable history, it preserves cultural memories of this formative period. Daily life for most inhabitants of Bronze Age Greece centered on agriculture. Farmers cultivated the Mediterranean triad of wheat, olives, and grapes, supplemented by barley, pulses, and vegetables. Sheep and goats provided wool, milk, and meat, while pigs and cattle were raised in smaller numbers. Agricultural settlements ranged from isolated farmsteads to substantial villages located in arable valleys and coastal plains. Seasonal rhythms of planting and harvest structured the year, with religious festivals marking critical agricultural transitions. Beyond farming, specialized crafts developed to supply tools, textiles, pottery, and other necessities. Linear B tablets record workers organized by occupation: smiths, carpenters, potters, textile workers, and perfume makers. Some industries, particularly textile production, operated under palace supervision, where workers received rations in return for their labor. Other craftspeople, likely worked more independently, trading their products in local markets. Both Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations engaged in extensive maritime trade. Merchant ships transported olive oil, wine, textiles, and crafted goods throughout the Mediterranean, returning with tin, ivory, precious stones, and exotic materials. Trade routes connected the Aegean with Egypt, the Levant, Cyprus, Italy, and regions as distant as Central Europe. Archaeological evidence of shipwrecks reveals the diversity of cargo carried by Bronze Age vessels. As the 13th century BC drew to a close, this complex Bronze Age world began to unravel. Within just 2 generations, flames consumed most major palaces and settlements throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Mycenae, Tiryns, Pylos, the jewels of Aegean civilization, lay in ruins. Archaeologists have uncovered similar destruction layers at sites stretching from Greek shores to Syrian coastal cities and across Cyprus. This sweeping catastrophe closed the final chapter of the Bronze Age and ushered in a long period of cultural regression known as the Greek Dark Age. The causes of this Bronze Age collapse remain debated. Climate change may have triggered agricultural failures and subsequent social unrest. As evidence suggests, a prolonged drought affected the eastern Mediterranean during this period. Written records from Hittite Anatolia and Ugarit in Syria mention food shortages and attacks by seaborne raiders called the Sea Peoples, possibly displaced groups seeking new homes. Civil conflict and slave rebellions might have contributed to internal collapse, while earthquakes added natural disaster to human calamity in some regions. Whatever the precise combination of causes, the consequences were profound. The Mycenaean palace system disintegrated, taking with it centralized administration, record-keeping, and specialized craft production. Long-distance trade networks fragmented, reducing access to essential resources like tin for bronze production. Population declined dramatically, urban centers contracted or were abandoned entirely, and technological sophistication decreased. Greece entered a period of diminished complexity and relative isolation that would last for several centuries. The Bronze Age civilizations left an ambiguous legacy for later Greek culture. Direct continuity was broken by the collapse and subsequent Dark Age, resulting in the loss of literacy, architectural techniques, and artistic traditions. Yet cultural memories, preserved through oral tradition, kept alive awareness of this earlier grandeur. The great heroes of myth, the legendary Trojan War, and tales of wealthy kingdoms provided Greeks of the archaic and classical periods with foundational narratives of past glory, even as they built new forms of social and political organization, quite distinct from their Bronze Age predecessors. In the aftermath of the Bronze Age collapse, Greece entered a period of profound regression. For 3 centuries, from the final years of the 12th century through much of the 9th century BC, Greek civilization retreated from the complexity it had achieved during the Mycenaean era. This Dark Age, as scholars often call it, saw dramatic population decline, the abandonment of once thriving settlements, and the loss of key technologies that had defined Bronze Age achievements. The most striking casualty was literacy itself. The Linear B script, used throughout the Mycenaean world to record inventories, offerings, and administrative matters, vanished entirely. The palatial bureaucracies that had employed scribes crumbled, and with them went the need for written records. For nearly 4 centuries, Greece would remain a land without writing, an extraordinary regression for a society that had once maintained detailed administrative documentation. Material culture reflected this decline in stark terms. The sophisticated pottery of the late Bronze Age gave way to simpler styles with less complex decoration. The proto-geometric pottery that emerged during this period featured basic circular designs created with compass and brush. Though showing a certain austere elegance in its abstract patterns of concentric circles and geometric motifs, it lacked the artistic sophistication of Mycenaean pictorial styles. Metallurgy similarly regressed, with fewer and simpler bronze objects produced as trade networks that once supplied tin collapsed. Architecture underwent comparable simplification. The imposing palaces with their elaborate frescoes disappeared, replaced by modest structures of mud brick and stone. Even burial practices changed, with simpler graves replacing the monumental tholos tombs of the Mycenaean elite. The overall impression is one of societies operating at a substantially reduced scale and complexity compared to their Bronze Age predecessors. The economic foundations of society contracted dramatically. Long-distance trade diminished to a fraction of its former volume. Egyptian and Near Eastern luxury goods, once found throughout Greece, became exceedingly rare. Trade did not cease entirely. Limited exchange persisted, particularly in the coastal regions and islands, but the extensive commercial networks that had connected the Aegean with distant shores fragmented. Communities became more self-sufficient by necessity, relying primarily on local resources. Political organization underwent radical simplification. The Wanax and his palatial administration vanished, along with the complex hierarchy of officials recorded in Linear B documents. Political authority likely devolved to local chieftains or basileis, who combined military leadership with religious and judicial functions. These leaders commanded smaller territories and fewer resources than their Mycenaean predecessors. Without writing or bureaucracy, governance became more personal and direct, based on kinship ties and face-to-face relationships, rather than institutional structures. Greek society during this period appears to have organized itself around small, relatively egalitarian communities, typically consisting of related families or clans. The rigid social stratification evident in Mycenaean records gave way to more fluid arrangements, though distinctions between elite warrior families and commoners persisted. Without centralized authority, local customs and practices gained in importance, contributing to the regional variations that would characterize later Greek culture. Despite the material regression, the Dark Age was not merely a period of loss. In critical ways, it represented a crucible in which elements of what would become distinctively Greek culture began to take shape. As Mycenaean civilization receded, space opened for new social and cultural patterns to emerge. The Dark Age, for all its limitations, witnessed creative adaptations that would influence subsequent developments. Most significantly, this period saw the continuing development of the Greek language, which spread throughout the mainland and islands. While the Mycenaean Linear B tablets record an early form of Greek, used primarily for administrative purposes, the Dark Age witnessed linguistic evolution that would ultimately produce the Greek dialects of the historical era. The absence of centralized authority or standardized writing allowed regional variations to flourish, resulting in the dialect groups Ionic, Doric, Aeolic, and Arcado-Cypriot that would characterize the Greek-speaking world. The epic poems attributed to Homer, though written down centuries later, preserve memories of this transitional period. The Iliad and Odyssey depict a world different from both the Mycenaean palace civilization and the later city-state culture. They portray a society centered around aristocratic households and personal bonds of loyalty, where kings rule by personal prestige rather than institutional authority. Material details in the poems often present a curious mixture of Bronze Age elements and Dark Age realities, suggesting the oral tradition preserved memories of earlier grandeur while adapting to changed circumstances. This oral tradition proved vital for cultural continuity during a time without writing. Professional bards memorized and performed traditional stories, preserving not just entertainment but cultural memory and social values. Through formulaic verse and traditional themes, these oral poets maintained connections with the past while making it relevant to their contemporary audiences. When writing was reintroduced to Greece in the 8th century BC, these oral compositions provided much of the content for the earliest Greek literature. Religious practices showed both continuity and change during the Dark Age. The major deities known from Mycenaean tablets remained important, suggesting significant religious continuity despite political and economic disruption. Yet worship appears to have become more localized, with individual communities developing particular rituals and associations with specific gods. Some important sanctuaries, such as Olympia, show continuous religious activity from the late Bronze Age through the Dark Age, indicating persistent sacred traditions despite broader societal changes. Indeed, sanctuary sites gained particular significance during this period of limited political organization. As centers for communal religious activities, they provided neutral spaces where different communities could interact. The earliest Olympic Games, traditionally dated to 776 BC, emerged from such interactions. Originally a local festival dedicated to Zeus, it gradually attracted participants from an increasing range of Greek communities, helping forge connections across political boundaries. The Dark Age also witnessed important technological innovations despite overall regression. Ironworking technology spread to Greece during this period, gradually supplementing and then largely replacing bronze for tools and weapons. Though iron metallurgy initially produced results inferior to the finest bronze work, it offered significant advantages. Iron ore was more widely available than tin and copper, making the technology less dependent on long-distance trade networks. By the later Dark Age, Greek smiths had mastered techniques for producing high-quality iron implements, establishing a technological foundation for subsequent economic growth. Cremation became a common burial practice, particularly in Athens and parts of Ionia, representing a significant break with Mycenaean traditions. Whether this change reflected new religious beliefs, practical considerations, or external influences remains debated, but it demonstrates that Dark Age Greeks were not simply preserving diluted versions of Bronze Age practices, but developing new cultural patterns. Settlement patterns reveal both disruption and adaptation. Many Mycenaean centers were abandoned or dramatically reduced in size and complexity. Athens represents a notable exception, showing continuity of habitation from the Bronze Age through the Dark Age, though on a reduced scale. In other regions, particularly central Greece and the Peloponnese, settlements relocated to more easily defensible locations, often on hilltops or naturally protected sites, suggesting security concerns in an era of reduced political organization. The final centuries of the Dark Age witnessed gradual recovery from the nadir of the early period. Archaeological evidence from the 10th and particularly the 9th century BC shows increasing population, expanded settlements, and growing material wealth. Pottery designs became more elaborate, metal objects more common, and burials richer in grave goods. Trade began to revive, first locally, then across wider networks. By the late 9th century BC, Greek merchants had re-established contact with the Near East, initiating exchanges that would profoundly influence the coming cultural renaissance. This reviving prosperity created the conditions for significant social and political developments. Growing populations and agricultural surpluses allowed communities to support specialized craftspeople and emerging elites. Competition among elite families drove investment in prestige goods and religious dedications. Economic specialization fostered interdependence between communities, stimulating both trade and conflict. These dynamics would ultimately lead to the emergence of the distinctive Greek polis, or city-state, that would define the archaic and classical periods. Population movements during the Dark Age significantly influenced the linguistic and cultural map of the Greek world. Substantial migrations occurred, notably the movement of Greek speakers from the mainland to the Aegean Islands and the west coast of Anatolia. These migrations established the Aeolic settlements in the north, the Ionic cities in the center, and Doric colonies in the south of what would later be called Ionia. Similar movements brought Doric-speaking groups into the Peloponnese. These population shifts help explain the dialect distribution of historical Greece and contributed to the rich regional variations in Greek culture. The late Dark Age also witnessed the formation of ethnic identities that would characterize later Greek history. Communities began to identify themselves as members of broader groups sharing dialect, customs, and putative ancestry. These tribal or ethnic affiliations, Ionians, Dorians, Aeolians, and others, would remain significant throughout Greek history, sometimes uniting communities across political boundaries, and sometimes justifying conflict between them. By the early 8th century BC, Greece stood poised for a remarkable transformation. Population continued to grow, agricultural production expanded, craft specialization increased, and trade networks extended. Most significantly, contact with the Phoenicians introduced a crucial innovation: alphabetic writing. Adapted to represent the sounds of Greek speech, this writing system would prove far more accessible than the earlier Linear B script, leading to much broader literacy and enabling the literary and intellectual achievements of subsequent centuries. The Dark Age, then, represents not merely a gap between Bronze Age glory and classical achievement, but a crucial transitional period with its own distinctive developments. Despite material regression, these centuries saw the emergence of cultural patterns that would shape Greek civilization. The emphasis on local community, competitive social values, religious practices centered on communal sanctuaries, and ethnic identities transcending political boundaries. The Greece that emerged from the Dark Age differed profoundly from Mycenaean civilization, but carried forward selected memories and traditions that would be reinterpreted in light of new circumstances and influences. As the 8th century BC dawned, the foundations for the distinctive civilization of archaic and classical Greece were largely in place. The Greeks had survived the collapse of their Bronze Age predecessors and adapted to changed circumstances. Though lacking the palaces, bureaucracies, and material splendor of the Mycenaean world, they had preserved core elements of cultural identity while developing new social and political forms. The coming centuries would witness an extraordinary cultural flowering built upon these foundations, as Greece emerged from darkness into what historians would later recognize as one of history's most creative epochs. The dawn of the 8th century BC marked a decisive turning point in Greek history. Emerging from the shadows of the Dark Age, Greece entered a period of remarkable transformation that historians call the Archaic Age. Over 3 centuries, from roughly 800 to 500 BC, Greek civilization experienced dramatic growth and innovation across every dimension of society: political, economic, artistic, intellectual, and military. The most profound development of this era was the emergence of the polis, or city-state, a new form of political and social organization that would define Greek civilization. Neither simply a city nor merely a state in the modern sense. The polis represented a unique community that integrated urban center, surrounding countryside, and citizen body into a unified entity with its own laws, customs, and identity. Each polis functioned as a sovereign state, controlling its territory and conducting independent foreign relations, yet all recognized themselves as part of a broader Greek cultural world. The physical layout of the typical polis reflected its dual nature as both urban community and territorial state. At its heart stood the asti, or urban center, typically built around an elevated, defensible location called the Acropolis. Originally serving primarily as a refuge during attacks, the Acropolis gradually acquired religious significance as the site of important temples and shrines. Below it developed the Agora, an open space that functioned as marketplace, political gathering place, and social center. Surrounding the urban core lay the Chora, or countryside, which provided agricultural land essential for the community's subsistence. The Greek polis thus integrated town and country into a single political entity, distinguishing it from both the palatial states of the Bronze Age and the separated urban centers of contemporary Phoenicia. Each polis developed a unique identity, often traced to mythical founders or divine patrons. Athens claimed the goddess Athena as its special protector and celebrated its ancestral king, Theseus. Sparta honored the Dioscuri, the divine twins Castor and Pollux, and attributed its distinctive constitution to the legendary lawgiver Lycurgus. Corinth traced its origins to Sisyphus, while Thebes claimed foundation by the hero Cadmus. These foundation myths provided symbolic unity and historical legitimacy, connecting citizens to a shared past and distinctive destiny. Despite their fierce independence and diverse origins, the emerging poli recognized their participation in a common Hellenic culture. 4 particular elements defined this shared identity. Language, with all communities speaking Greek despite dialectical variations. Religion, with common gods and festival practices. Descent, with most communities claiming connection to the mythical Hellenic tribes. And lifestyle, particularly customs surrounding athletics, symposia, and civic participation that distinguished Greeks from non-Greeks. The scale of the early polis remained modest by modern standards. Even the largest, like Athens, Corinth, or Syracuse, contained only tens of thousands of citizens. Most numbered their citizen populations in the mere thousands or even hundreds. This small size fostered direct participation in political affairs and created intense social bonds, but also generated fierce competition for limited resources. Tensions between neighboring polis frequently erupted into warfare, establishing the pattern of inter-Greek conflict that would persist throughout classical history. The reintroduction of writing stands as one of the most consequential developments of the early archaic period. Adapting the Phoenician alphabet, Greeks created the first writing system to fully represent vowel sounds, dramatically increasing its accessibility and versatility. Unlike the complex Linear B script restricted to specialized scribes, alphabetic writing could be learned relatively easily and applied to multiple purposes. Initially used primarily for poetry, property marks, and dedicatory inscriptions, writing gradually expanded to include laws, treaties, commercial records, and ultimately the full range of literary and philosophical texts that distinguish Greek civilization. This new literacy made possible the crystallization of Greek cultural foundations. The epic poems attributed to Homer, the Iliad and Odyssey, achieved written form in the 8th century BC after centuries of oral transmission. These works provided Greeks with models of heroic behavior, a common mythological heritage an exploration of fundamental values like honor, excellence, and mortality. Alongside Homer, Hesiod's Theogony systematized divine genealogies and cosmic history, while his works and days offered practical and moral wisdom for farming communities transitioning to the more complex social structures of the polis. The early archaic period witnessed significant population growth throughout the Greek world. Archaeological evidence reveals both the expansion of existing settlements and the foundation of new communities. This demographic pressure, combined with limited arable land in the mountainous Greek landscape, created conditions that would drive one of the most remarkable phenomena of the age, overseas colonization. Beginning in the mid-8th century BC and continuing for over 200 years, Greek communities dispatched organized expeditions to establish new polis throughout the Mediterranean and Black Sea regions. Unlike the later imperial colonies of modern European powers, Greek colonies were founded as independent communities, complete replicas of their mother cities, but politically autonomous from their inception. Though maintaining cultural and religious ties to their metropolis or mother city, colonies developed their own civic identities and frequently pursued independent, sometimes even conflicting, policies. The scale of this colonial movement transformed the Mediterranean world. Greek settlements appeared along the coasts of southern Italy and Sicily, earning the region the name Magna Graecia, or Greater Greece. Colonists established outposts along the shores of the Black Sea, southern France, eastern Spain, North Africa, and even reached as far as the Atlantic coast of modern Portugal. By 500 BC, hundreds of Greek poli dotted Mediterranean coastlines, spreading Hellenic culture, trade networks, and political institutions across 3 continents. Colonization provided multiple benefits for Greek society. It relieved population pressure by offering land to those who might otherwise face poverty or landlessness. It secured access to vital resources unavailable or scarce in mainland Greece, such as timber, grain, or metals. It expanded trade networks and opened new markets for Greek goods. Perhaps most significantly, it exposed Greeks to diverse cultures and ideas, stimulating intellectual development while simultaneously strengthening their sense of shared Hellenic identity, through contrast with non-Greek peoples they called barbaroi. This extensive colonization coincided with and contributed to dramatic economic expansion. Maritime trade flourished as Greek ships connected far-flung colonies with the mainland and each other. Agricultural production intensified, with greater specialization in cash crops like olive oil and wine intended for export. Craft industries developed, producing distinctive pottery, textiles, and metalwork traded throughout the Mediterranean. Wealth increased significantly, though its distribution remained uneven, often concentrating in the hands of land-owning aristocrats or enterprising merchants. A crucial economic innovation of the archaic period was the introduction of coinage. Adopted from Lydia in western Anatolia in the early 6th century BC, coins minted from electrum, gold, and silver rapidly spread throughout the Greek world. Each polis typically issued its own currency, bearing distinctive symbols reflecting civic identity. Athens marked its coins with Athena's owl, Corinth with Pegasus, and Rhodes with its emblematic rose. Beyond practical advantages for trade, coinage had profound social implications, facilitating more abstract economic relationships and creating new possibilities for wealth accumulation beyond traditional land ownership. These economic developments contributed to significant social changes. The traditional aristocracy, whose status rested on landed wealth and claims to distinguished ancestry, faced challenges from new groups whose prosperity derived from trade, manufacture, or specialized agricultural production. Social mobility increased, though aristocratic families generally maintained substantial advantages. In most polis, a broader category of middling citizens emerged, neither aristocrats nor impoverished laborers, but independent farmers and craftsmen, with sufficient property to equip themselves for military service and participate meaningfully in civic affairs. Military organization underwent fundamental transformation during this period with the development of hoplite warfare. Named for their distinctive equipment, including a large round shield, hoplon or aspes, and heavy body armor, hoplite infantry fought in a tightly packed formation called the phalanx. This combat style emphasized collective discipline over individual heroics, with each warrior protected partly by his own shield and partly by that of his right-hand neighbor. Successful phalanx warfare required extensive training and mutual trust among warriors who needed to maintain formation under the extreme stress of close combat. The hoplite revolution carried profound social and political implications. Since hoplites typically provided their own equipment, military service became linked to property ownership, with each community's defense resting primarily on middle-class citizens who could afford the considerable expense of bronze armor, weapons, and shield. This military reality strengthened the position of the middling element in society and provided leverage for their eventual political empowerment. The experience of fighting shoulder to shoulder in the phalanx also reinforced civic identity and equality among citizens, creating bonds that extended from battlefield to political assembly. Early archaic political structures typically featured aristocratic dominance, with power concentrated among noble families who claimed superior birth and dominated religious offices, judicial functions, and military leadership. Various councils and magistracies provided governance, though participation remained restricted to elite circles. This aristocratic phase, however, proved transitional in many polis, as economic changes, military developments, and social tensions generated pressure for broader political participation. The 7th and 6th centuries BC witnessed a sequence of political experiments across the Greek world. Many communities experienced periods of tyranny, rule by individuals who seized power unconstitutionally, often with popular support against aristocratic factions. Despite their negative connotation in later Greek thought and modern usage, many early tyrants like Cypselus of Corinth, Cleisthenes of Sicyon, or Pisistratus of Athens implemented popular policies, sponsored public works, promoted religious festivals, and patronized arts and culture. Though typically establishing family dynasties, these tyrannies generally lasted only 1 to 3 generations before giving way to broader constitutional arrangements. Other communities developed distinctive political systems without experiencing tyranny. Most famously, Sparta evolved its unique dual kingship, council of elders, assembly of citizens, and powerful magistrates called Pharaohs, in response to internal crises during the 7th century BC. This complex constitution, attributed to the legendary lawgiver Lycurgus, created remarkable stability at the cost of radical social regimentation and the brutal subjugation of the Helot population who worked the land, while Spartan citizens devoted themselves to military training. Athens followed a different path toward constitutional government. After early written laws attributed to Draco proved excessively harsh, Solon implemented far-reaching reforms in 594 BC that laid foundations for later Athenian democracy. His measures included debt cancellation, prohibition of debt slavery, creation of property classes for political participation, establishment of a popular court, and codification of laws. Though falling short of full democracy, Solon's reforms broadened political participation beyond the aristocracy and established principles of citizenship that transcended narrow kinship groups. After an intervening period of tyranny under Pisistratus and his sons, Athens experienced its final pre-classical political transformation through the reforms of Cleisthenes in 508 to 507 BC. By reorganizing the citizen body into 10 artificial tribes that mixed residents from different regions of Attica, Cleisthenes broke the power of traditional kinship groups and created new civic structures based on territorial residence rather than birth or wealth. His system introduced the principle of rotation in office, broadened participation in the Council of 500, and strengthened the sovereign authority of the citizen assembly. These innovations established the framework for classical Athenian democracy that would fully mature in the following century. Religious practice during the Archaic period became increasingly structured around community sanctuaries and public festivals. Major temples began to replace smaller shrines, with wooden structures giving way to monumental stone architecture. The distinctive Greek temple form evolved, characterized by columned porticos, rectangular plans, and sculptural decoration that narrated mythological scenes. These buildings served not merely as houses for deity images, but as visible manifestations of civic pride and prosperity. Communities invested enormous resources in temple construction, competing to create the most impressive monuments to their patron deities. The growth of pan-Hellenic sanctuaries represents one of the period's most significant religious developments. Sites like Olympia, Delphi, Nemea, and Izmir grew from local shrines to major religious centers, attracting visitors from across the Greek world. These sanctuaries hosted athletic competitions and religious festivals that fostered Hellenic identity across political boundaries. The Olympic Games, traditionally founded in 776 BC, expanded from a local festival to a quadrennial event, drawing participants from communities throughout Greece and its colonies. Victory in these prestigious competitions brought honor not just to individual athletes, but to their home polis, making athletic accomplishment a matter of civic pride. The Oracle of Apollo at Delphi gained particular significance during this period, serving as both religious center and diplomatic neutral ground. Considered the navel of the world, Delphi attracted pilgrims seeking divine guidance on matters ranging from personal health to major political decisions. Communities consulted the oracle before establishing colonies, making constitutional changes, or embarking on military campaigns. The oracle's cryptic pronouncements, delivered by the Pythia in states of apparent divine possession, required interpretation that allowed for flexible application while maintaining divine authority. Beyond its prophetic function, Delphi housed treasuries built by various polis to display wealth and commemorate victories, making the sanctuary a showcase of interstate competition and artistic achievement. Artistic expression flourished during the Archaic period across multiple media. Pottery evolved from the simple geometric styles of the late Dark Age to increasingly elaborate black figure technique in the 7th century BC, followed by red figure innovation in the late 6th century BC. These vessels combined practical function with artistic beauty, depicting mythological narratives, athletic competitions, and scenes from daily life that provide invaluable evidence of Greek culture. Elite symposia or drinking parties stimulated demand for elaborate craters, kylikes, and other wine vessels decorated with scenes appropriate to the occasion. Sculpture underwent dramatic development from rigid, stylized forms toward increasingly naturalistic representation. Early archaic kouroi and korai, statues of nude young men and draped young women, display the characteristic archaic smile and frontal stance influenced by Egyptian models, but evolving toward distinctively Greek styles. By the late 6th century BC, sculptors had achieved greater anatomical accuracy and suggested potential movement, laying groundwork for the classical revolution in artistic representation. These sculptures served various functions: grave markers, votive offerings, architectural decoration, but consistently emphasized idealized human form rather than individual portraiture. Architecture developed distinctive orders: Doric, Ionic, and later Corinthian, each with characteristic proportions, column designs, and decorative elements. Major temples incorporated increasingly sophisticated engineering to create impressive interior spaces while maintaining structural stability. The combination of practical construction knowledge with aesthetic principles of harmony, proportion, and mathematical relationship produced buildings of enduring beauty. Alongside religious structures, civic buildings like stoas, colonnaded porticos, bouleuteria, council houses, and theatre spaces began to define the urban landscape of developed polis. Intellectual life showed similar dynamism, particularly in Ionian Greek communities of Western Anatolia. Here, thinkers like Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes began seeking natural rather than mythological explanations for cosmic phenomena. These early philosophers proposed various primary substances, water, the boundless, air, as fundamental principles underlying observed reality. Their speculations, though often seeming primitive by modern standards, represented revolutionary intellectual innovation by subjecting natural processes to rational analysis rather than attributing them to divine action. This Ionian intellectual ferment expanded beyond physical speculation to encompass mathematics, geography, and medicine. Pythagoras, though shrouded in legend, established a community that combined mathematical investigation with religious practices. Early medical thinkers began developing empirical approaches to health and disease, laying foundations for the Hippocratic tradition. Hecataeus produced geographical works describing lands and peoples throughout the known world, combining practical knowledge with critical evaluation of traditional beliefs. These diverse intellectual currents shared a common emphasis on systematic observation and rational explanation that would characterize Greek approaches to knowledge. Poetry diversified beyond epic to include new forms addressing contemporary concerns. Lyric poets like Archilochus, Sappho, and Alcaeus explored personal emotions and social values in more intimate forms than Homeric epic. Elegiac poets Tertius and Solon addressed civic values and political situations directly relevant to their communities. These new poetic expressions reflected the increasing individualism of the age while simultaneously helping forge collective values appropriate to polis society. By the close of the 6th century BC, Greek civilization had undergone profound transformation from its dark age nadir. The polis had emerged as a distinctive form of social and political organization. Economic prosperity had increased dramatically through agricultural intensification, craft specialization, and expanded trade networks. Literacy had spread beyond narrow elite circles. Monumental architecture and sophisticated artistic traditions had developed. Rational inquiry had begun challenging mythological explanations. Most significantly, Greek cultural consciousness had crystallized around shared values and practices, while simultaneously celebrating the distinctive identities of individual communities. This archaic synthesis created the conditions for the extraordinary flowering of classical Greek civilization in the 5th century BC. The Persian Wars, which would usher in the Classical Age, tested and ultimately confirmed the vitality of the cultural and political innovations developed during the Archaic period. The Greeks, who faced the massive Persian invasions of 490 and 480 to 479 BC, had forged political communities, military organizations, cultural values, and shared identity capable of withstanding even the greatest empire of the day. Their remarkable resistance would open the way for what historians later recognized as one of the most creative periods in human history. As the 5th century BC dawned, the Greek world stood on the threshold of its most brilliant era. The innovations of the archaic period, the mature polis system, hoplite warfare, overseas colonization, artistic development, and intellectual inquiry, provided foundations for an extraordinary cultural flowering that would reshape Mediterranean civilization. This classical period, extending from the Persian Wars to the rise of Macedon, witnessed both the pinnacle of Greek achievement and the self-destructive tendencies that would ultimately compromise Greek independence. Two states emerged as the dominant powers of this era, each representing contrasting models of social and political organization: Sparta and Athens. Their different approaches to governance, education, and military affairs offer a study in opposites, yet each proved remarkably successful within its own terms. Sparta evolved from an ordinary Greek community into a unique military society through a process of deliberate transformation. After its difficult conquest of neighboring Messenia in the 8th and 7th centuries BC, Sparta faced the challenge of controlling a vast enslaved population that outnumbered Spartan citizens. The Helots, as these state-owned serfs were called, worked the fertile Messenian plain and provided agricultural surplus that supported the Spartan system. But their justified resentment posed a perpetual threat of revolt. The Spartan response to this dilemma was to reorganize their entire society around military needs. Every aspect of a Spartan citizen's life became subordinated to martial effectiveness. The system, attributed to the legendary lawgiver Lycurgus, implemented radical measures designed to create perfect warriors and minimize internal distinction. At age 7, boys were removed from their homes and enrolled in the agoge, a rigorous training system that emphasized physical hardening, military skills, endurance, and absolute obedience to authority. They learned to endure hunger, cold, and pain without complaint, to survive by stealth and cunning, and to value collective discipline above individual achievement. This educational system produced warriors of unmatched discipline and fortitude, but at considerable social cost. Literacy, music, and other cultural pursuits received minimal attention. Luxury and comfort were discouraged as softening influences. Citizens dined together in communal messes rather than with their families, sustaining military camaraderie while weakening household bonds. Each adult male citizen belonged to a Sycition, a military dining club of about 15 men who fought together in battle, creating intense bonds that superseded family loyalty. Sparta limited citizenship to full-blooded Spartans who successfully completed the agoge and maintained their contribution to the communal messes. As citizenship demands increased, Spartan numbers declined steadily from a peak of perhaps 8,000 adult male citizens in the early 5th century to fewer than 1,000 by the 4th century BC. This demographic fragility became a critical weakness, as Spartans could not easily replace battlefield losses. Politically, Sparta developed a mixed constitution that combined elements of monarchy, oligarchy, and limited democracy. Two hereditary kings from different dynasties shared power, primarily serving as military commanders and religious officials. The Gerousia, a council of 28 elders plus the kings, proposed legislation and acted as a supreme court. 5 annually elected ephors wielded extensive executive power, supervising the kings and implementing policy. The assembly of all citizens could vote on proposals, but not initiate or amend legislation. This complex system, with its checks and balances, provided remarkable stability at the cost of conservative resistance to change. Spartan women enjoyed greater freedom and authority than their counterparts elsewhere in Greece. They received physical education, managed estates while men focused on military duties, and could own property in their own right. The famously direct speech of Spartan women became legendary throughout Greece. However, their primary social value remained the production of strong sons for the state, with mothers supposedly telling sons departing for battle to return with your shield or on it, victorious or dead, but never fleeing. By the early 5th century BC, Sparta had established hegemony over most of the Peloponnese through a network of alliances known as the Peloponnesian League. Member states agreed to follow Spartan leadership in foreign affairs while maintaining internal autonomy. This alliance system, combined with Sparta's fearsome military reputation, made it the preeminent land power in Greece on the eve of the Persian Wars. Athens followed a dramatically different path. While Sparta turned inward and embraced radical conservatism, Athens evolved toward democracy, commercial dynamism, and cultural innovation. The reforms of Cleisthenes in 508 to 507 BC reorganized the Athenian citizenry into 10 artificial tribes, cutting across traditional kinship groups and regional factions. This new organization provided the framework for democratic institutions that would mature in the following decades. The Athenian democracy rested on direct participation by the citizen body. The ecclesia, or assembly, meeting at least 40 times annually on the Nix hillside, made major policy decisions, declared war, ratified treaties, and elected certain officials. Any adult male citizen could attend, speak, and vote. A council of 500, with 50 members from each tribe, selected by lot annually, prepared business for the assembly, handled routine administration, and supervised magistrates. Hundreds of administrative positions were filled by ordinary citizens, chosen through a combination of election and lottery, usually serving one-year terms. The courts similarly involved direct citizen participation. Large juries of 201 to 501 citizens chosen by lot heard both private lawsuits and public prosecutions. Without professional judges or lawyers, citizens presented their own cases, with time limits enforced by water clocks. After hearing arguments, jurors voted immediately without deliberation, with a simple majority determining the verdict. While imperfect by modern standards, this system prevented the concentration of judicial power and gave ordinary citizens direct involvement in upholding the law. This democratic system evolved gradually through the 5th century BC. Ephialtes and Pericles further reduced aristocratic influence by transferring powers from the Areopagus, a council of ex-magistrates, to the popular courts and assembly. Compensation for government service, introduced by Pericles, allowed poorer citizens to participate in the democracy by offsetting the income lost while attending the assembly or serving as jurors. By mid-century, Athens had developed the most radically democratic system of government in world history to that point. Yet Athenian democracy had significant limitations by modern standards. Citizenship remained restricted to adult men with Athenian parentage, excluding women, resident foreigners, and slaves. Indeed, the democratic system partly rested on slave labor that freed citizens for political participation. Women, while enjoying greater legal rights than in many ancient societies, could not vote, speak in the assembly, or represent themselves in court. These restrictions reflected the ancient world's hierarchical assumptions, rather than unique Athenian failings. But they remind us that Athenian democracy differed substantially from modern conceptions. Daily life in classical Athens centered on the household and the city. The oikos, or household, constituted the basic social unit, typically including family members, slaves, and material possessions under the authority of the male head of household. Men divided their time between household management, civic duties, and social interactions in the agora, gymnasiums, and symposia. Women of citizen families managed household affairs, supervised slaves, raised children, and produced textiles. Their public role was largely restricted to religious festivals and family ceremonies, though practical realities often required broader activities, especially for women of lower economic status who might engage in market trading or paid labor. Education for Athenian boys combined physical training through athletics with musical education that included poetry and instrumental skills. Upper-class youths might continue their education with sophists who taught rhetoric and other valuable skills for civic life. Girls typically received domestic training at home rather than formal education. After military service from ages 18 to 20, young men of citizen families entered public life, beginning their participation in the democratic institutions that governed the state. The Persian Wars transformed the Greek world, and particularly Athens. When the mighty Persian Empire launched punitive expeditions against the Greeks, first under Darius in 490 BC, and then under Xerxes in 480 to 479 BC. Few expected the fragmented Greek states to prevail. The Greek triumph, against overwhelming odds, became a defining moment in Hellenic identity and Athens' democratic self-conception. The conflict originated in the Ionian Revolt of 499 to 494 BC, when Greek cities along the western coast of Anatolia rebelled against Persian rule. Athens sent ships to support the rebels, an act that attracted the attention of the Persian king Darius. After crushing the Ionian rebellion, Darius launched a punitive expedition across the Aegean. His forces captured several islands before landing at Marathon, some 26 miles from Athens. At Marathon, in 490 BC, Athenian hoplites under the command of Callimachus and Miltiades achieved a stunning victory against a larger Persian force. The heavily armed Greek infantry charged across the open plain and broke the Persian lines, inflicting heavy casualties. According to tradition, a runner named Pheidippides carried news of the victory to Athens, collapsing from exhaustion after delivering his message, the inspiration for the modern marathon race. This unexpected victory bolstered Athenian confidence and emphasized the effectiveness of hoplite warfare against Persian infantry. Darius died before mounting another expedition, but his son Xerxes assembled a far larger force to punish the Greeks a decade later. The Persian invasion of 480 BC represented the largest military operation the Greeks had ever faced. Herodotus claimed the Persian army numbered in the millions, certainly an exaggeration. But even revised modern estimates suggest a force of over 100,000 troops plus a substantial navy. Faced with this existential threat, many Greek states chose submission, providing the earth and water Xerxes demanded as symbols of surrender. Others, led by Sparta and Athens, determined to resist. Putting aside their significant differences, 31 Greek states formed an alliance and developed a coordinated strategy under Spartan leadership. The first major engagement occurred at the narrow pass of Thermopylae, where a small Greek force led by Spartan king Leonidas attempted to block the Persian advance. For 3 days, the Greeks held the pass against repeated Persian assaults. Their final stand, after a local traitor revealed a mountain path that allowed the Persians to outflank their position, became legendary. Leonidas and his 300 Spartans, along with some Thespians and Thebans, fought to the death, buying time for the remaining Greek forces to retreat. Simultaneously, the Greek fleet engaged the Persian navy at nearby Artemisium with inconclusive results. With central Greece lost, the Allies withdrew to the Isthmus of Corinth. Athens was evacuated, its population temporarily relocated to the island of Salamis and other safe locations. The Persians occupied and burned Athens, destroying temples and public buildings on the Acropolis. In this dark moment, the decisive naval battle of the war occurred in the narrow strait between Salamis and the mainland. The Athenian leader Themistocles convinced the reluctant allies to fight at Salamis rather than withdrawing to the Peloponnese. Through strategic deception, he maneuvered the larger Persian fleet into the confined waters, where its numerical advantage became a liability. The more maneuverable Greek triremes inflicted a crushing defeat on the Persian navy, destroying perhaps half their ships. Xerxes, watching the disaster from a throne set up on the shore, soon retreated to Asia with a portion of his army, leaving his general Mardonius to continue the campaign the following year. The final major battle occurred at Plataea in 479 BC, where the largest hoplite army ever assembled, led by the Spartan regent Pausanias, decisively defeated the Persian land forces. On the same day, according to tradition, Greek forces destroyed the remnants of the Persian fleet at Mycale, on the Anatolian coast. These victories effectively ended the Persian invasion, though fighting would continue for decades, as Greeks took the offensive in a series of campaigns to liberate Ionian cities. The Persian Wars had profound consequences for Greek civilization. The unexpected victory against overwhelming odds reinforced Greek confidence and sharpened their sense of cultural superiority over non-Greeks they called barbarians. The shared struggle temporarily transcended chronic interstate rivalries, establishing a brief moment of Hellenic unity. Most significantly, the war fundamentally altered the balance of power among Greek states, elevating Athens to unprecedented prominence. Athens emerged from the Persian Wars with its prestige enormously enhanced. While Sparta had contributed the overall commander and the largest contingent of hoplites, Athens had provided the bulk of the navy that proved decisive at Salamis. When Sparta withdrew from offensive operations against Persia, Athens stepped forward to lead a coalition of island and coastal states determined to continue the fight. This alliance, formed in 478 BC and known to modern historians as the Delian League, would become the vehicle for Athenian imperial ambitions. Initially, the Delian League operated as a voluntary alliance with headquarters on the sacred island of Delos. Member states contributed ships or money toward the common goal of liberating Greek cities from Persian control and securing the Aegean. Early campaigns under Athenian leadership proved highly successful, defeating Persian garrisons and expanding the alliance to include most island and coastal states in the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. Gradually, however, the nature of the alliance changed. Athens began treating contributions as tribute due to a superior rather than shared expenses of allied states. When members like Naxos attempted to withdraw from the alliance, Athens used force to compel continued participation. The treasury was moved from Delos to Athens in 454 BC, symbolizing the transformation from equal alliance to Athenian empire. By mid-century, most allies had converted from providing ships to paying tribute, leaving Athens with overwhelming naval supremacy in the Aegean. This period of imperial growth coincided with the flourishing of Athenian democracy at home. Under the leadership of Pericles, who dominated Athenian politics from 461 to 429 BC without holding extraordinary powers. Athens experienced a golden age of cultural and intellectual achievement. Pericles combined aristocratic birth and education with firm democratic convictions, advocating both imperial ambition abroad and democratic participation at home. The wealth flowing into Athens from imperial tribute and commercial dominance funded an ambitious building program that transformed the city's appearance. After the Persian destruction of the Acropolis, Pericles initiated reconstruction on a far grander scale. The Parthenon, dedicated to Athena Parthenos, exemplified the new architectural vision with its perfect proportions, subtle mathematical refinements, and magnificent sculptural program. Other structures followed. The monumental gateway, called the Propylaea, the elegant temple of Athena Nike, and eventually the distinctive Erechtheion, with its famous caryatid porch. Together with public buildings in the Agora and the long walls connecting Athens to its port at Piraeus, these projects employed thousands of workers and showcased Athenian wealth and artistic skill. This building program reflected both religious piety and civic pride, but also had explicitly political dimensions. Pericles diverted some 30 talents annually from the Delian League treasury to fund Athenian construction projects, justifying this on grounds that Athens was fulfilling allied defense responsibilities. This financial reallocation provoked criticism from both allies and conservative Athenians, but exemplified how imperial resources supported Athenian domestic policy under Pericles. The same era witnessed Athens' greatest achievements in drama, both tragedy and comedy. The tragic playwrights Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides composed works exploring human suffering, moral dilemmas, divine justice, and political themes. Performed at religious festivals like the city Dionysia, these plays combined poetic language, music, dance, and theatrical spectacle in a uniquely Athenian art form that attracted visitors from throughout the Greek world. Meanwhile, comic playwrights like Aristophanes created biting political satire, outrageous obscenity, and fantastic plots that offered both entertainment and pointed social commentary. Through drama, Athenians publicly examined their most cherished values and controversial policies, demonstrating the free expression that characterized democratic culture. Historical writing emerged as a distinctive literary form during this period. Herodotus, a native of Halicarnassus, who spent significant time in Athens, composed his histories primarily to document the Persian Wars, but included extensive ethnographic and geographical digressions about the many peoples involved in the conflict. His wide-ranging curiosity, relative openness to non-Greek perspectives, and focus on human motivations established a distinctive approach to understanding the past. The Athenian Thucydides, writing about the later Peloponnesian War, developed a more analytical methodology, emphasizing political and military affairs, critically evaluating sources and seeking underlying patterns in human events. Together, these pioneering historians established Western historical writing as a genre distinct from myth, epic, or religious narrative. In the visual arts, Athenian red figure pottery reached its technical and artistic peak, while sculptors developed increasingly naturalistic representations of the human form. The statesman Phidias directed the sculptural program of the Parthenon and created the massive gold and ivory cult statue of Athena that stood inside the temple. Polykleitos of Argos established mathematical canons of proportion for depicting the ideal male form. The trend toward naturalism accelerated through the century, with sculptors achieving greater anatomical accuracy, convincing drapery, and emotional expression. The intellectual climate of classical Athens encouraged philosophical inquiry and critical debate, while earlier Greek philosophy had flourished primarily in Ionia and southern Italy. Athens became the center of intellectual life by the mid-5th century BC. Anaxagoras brought natural philosophy to the city and influenced Pericles before being forced into exile for impiety. The sophists, traveling professional educators like Protagoras and Gorgias, taught rhetoric, argumentation, and other practical skills to ambitious young men, while questioning traditional moral and religious assumptions. The most significant philosophical figure of the era, Socrates, developed a distinctive method of questioning that challenged conventional wisdom and examined the foundations of knowledge. Though he wrote nothing himself, his approach to ethical inquiry transformed Greek philosophy. Through relentless questioning, Socrates exposed contradictions in his interlocutor's thinking and sought precise definitions of moral concepts like justice, courage, and piety. His influence spread through the young men who followed him around Athens, including some from prominent families. This association, along with his questioning of traditional beliefs, eventually led to his trial and execution in 399 BC on charges of corrupting the youth and impiety. Socrates accepted the verdict rather than fleeing, establishing a model of philosophical integrity that profoundly influenced subsequent Western thought. The growing wealth and power of Athens inevitably generated tension with other Greek states, particularly Sparta and its allies. The two systems represented diametrically opposed values: Athens democratic, commercial, innovative, and maritime; Sparta oligarchic, agricultural, traditional, and land-based. For a time, a formal peace between them maintained an uneasy balance, with each predominant in its own sphere. However, friction increased as Athens consolidated its maritime empire and intervened in disputes among Sparta's neighbors. The resulting conflict, the Peloponnesian War, would last, with interruptions, from 431 to 404 BC, ultimately involving nearly every Greek state and permanently altering the Hellenic world. Thucydides, who both observed and participated in the war, identified its fundamental cause as the growth of Athenian power and the fear which this caused in Sparta. The immediate trigger involved complex disputes among secondary states allied with the two powers, but the underlying tensions had developed over decades. When war finally erupted, the opposing sides pursued contrasting strategies, matching their distinctive strengths. Sparta and its allies, superior in land warfare, invaded Attica annually, ravaging the countryside and destroying crops in hopes of drawing the Athenians into a decisive hoplite battle. Athens, following Pericles' strategy, refused this confrontation. Instead, the population withdrew behind the city walls, while the navy maintained maritime supply lines and conducted raids on Peloponnesian coastal territories. This approach minimized Athens' main military weakness, but imposed severe strain on the population, crowded within the city and exposed to disease. The early war saw no decisive engagements, but terrible suffering. A devastating plague struck Athens in 430 to 429 BC, killing perhaps a quarter of the population, including Pericles himself. The loss of the statesman's steady guidance led to less coherent leadership and more erratic policy decisions. Nevertheless, Athens maintained its basic strategy and avoided decisive defeat during what historians call the Archidamian War, the conflict's first phase. After years of inconclusive fighting, both sides accepted the Peace of Nicias in 421 BC, intended to last 50 years, but ultimately holding for just 6. This breathing space benefited Athens, allowing partial recovery of its strength, but underlying tensions remained unresolved. Aggressive leaders on both sides, particularly the charismatic Athenian general Alcibiades, soon pushed for renewed confrontation through provocative alliance arrangements and interventions in previously uninvolved regions. The pivotal moment came in 415 BC, when Athens launched its fateful Sicilian expedition, an enormous military operation targeting Syracuse, the powerful Greek city-state in Sicily. Thucydides described the fleet's departure as the most costly and splendid Hellenic force that had ever been sent out by a single city up to that time. Despite warnings from the elderly general Nicias, the ambitious campaign proceeded under his reluctant leadership alongside Alcibiades and Lamachus. Almost immediately, the expedition faced difficulty when Alcibiades was recalled to stand trial for allegedly profaning religious mysteries. Rather than returning to certain prosecution, he defected to Sparta and advised them on how best to oppose Athenian strategy. The remaining commanders besieged Syracuse, but failed to achieve quick victory. When Sparta sent aid under Gylippus, the tide turned decisively against the Athenians. Despite desperate reinforcement under Demosthenes, the entire expedition ended in catastrophe, with thousands of Athenians killed or captured and sold into slavery. This disaster gravely weakened Athens at a critical moment. Sensing opportunity, Sparta renewed offensive operations with increased vigor. On Alcibiades' advice, they established a permanent fortification at Decilia, in Athenian territory, disrupting agriculture, commerce, and access to the silver mines at Laurium. This phase, called the Decilian or Ionian War, saw Athens struggling to maintain its empire as allied states began to revolt. Spartan operations in the eastern Aegean, supported by Persian funding, increasingly challenged Athenian naval supremacy. Political turmoil compounded Athens' difficulties. In 411 BC, oligarchic sympathizers overthrew the democracy and established the short-lived regime of the 400. Though quickly replaced by the more moderate 5000, this constitutional disruption revealed deep divisions within Athenian society. Full democracy was restored by 410 BC, but factional tension persisted. Athens enjoyed temporary resurgence under the rehabilitated leadership of Alcibiades, who had changed sides again. Several naval victories suggested the possibility of negotiated peace on favorable terms. However, after a subordinate commander suffered defeat at Notium in 406 BC, Alcibiades was blamed and driven into exile once more. At Arginusae, Athens won its last major victory, but controversy over the failure to rescue sailors from damaged ships led to the trial and execution of 6 generals, depriving Athens of experienced leadership. The decisive battle came at Aegospotami in 405 BC, where the Spartan admiral Lysander captured nearly the entire Athenian fleet while crews were ashore. This naval catastrophe left Athens defenseless. Without control of the sea lanes, the city soon faced starvation under Spartan blockade. By spring 404 BC, Athens surrendered on harsh terms: demolition of the long walls and fortifications, surrender of all but 12 ships, acceptance of Spartan leadership, and recall of exiled oligarchs. The Delian League was dissolved, and Athens' maritime empire collapsed. The aftermath brought further suffering to Athens. A Spartan-backed oligarchic regime known as the 30 Tyrants, led by Critias, executed or exiled democratic supporters and confiscated property from wealthy citizens. Their brutal rule lasted only about 8 months, before exiled Democrats under Thrasybulus defeated them in a brief civil conflict. Remarkably, the restored democracy implemented a general amnesty, forbidding prosecution for most actions during the oligarchic period. This act of political reconciliation helped heal civic divisions and allowed Athens to recover much of its cultural and economic vitality, though its imperial power was permanently broken. Beyond Athens, the Peloponnesian War transformed the Greek world. Sparta emerged as the dominant power, but proved ill-equipped for imperial leadership. Without Athens' naval experience or administrative systems, the Spartans struggled to maintain order among former Athenian allies. Their heavy-handed governance, military occupations, and support for narrow oligarchies generated widespread resentment. The emancipation of Messenia in 369 BC would eventually deprive Sparta of its economic foundation and reduce it to second-rate status. But long before then, its brief hegemony faced serious challenges. Persian influence increased substantially in the Eastern Aegean, with the Great King playing Greek states against each other through diplomatic machinations and selective financial support. The Peace of Antalcidas in 387 BC explicitly acknowledged Persian control over Greek cities in Asia Minor, a humiliating concession that highlighted how internecine conflict had weakened the Greek position relative to their old adversary. Thebes emerged as a significant power in the early 4th century BC under the leadership of Epaminondas and Pelopidas. Their revolutionary military tactics, particularly the deepened left wing of the phalanx, proved decisive at the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BC, where they shattered Spartan military prestige. Theban campaigns into the Peloponnese freed Messenia from Spartan control and established allied democracies in Arcadia. For a brief period, Thebes exercised hegemony in central Greece, before Epaminondas fell at the Battle of Mantinea in 362 BC. Athens partially recovered its prominence, forming a second Athenian confederacy in 377 BC that briefly revived some aspects of its former naval power. However, this alliance was explicitly structured to prevent the abuses that had transformed the Delian League into an empire, with formal guarantees of member autonomy. When Athens nevertheless began treating allies imperially during the social war of 357 to 355 BC, the confederation disintegrated, ending Athenian prospects for renewed hegemony. This era of shifting alliances and inconclusive conflicts created a power vacuum in the Greek world. While the major polis exhausted themselves in warfare, a previously marginal kingdom in northern Greece was quietly building its strength. Under the leadership of Philip II, who gained the throne in 359 BC, Macedon would fundamentally alter the course of Greek history, bringing an end to the classical age of independent city-states and initiating a new chapter in Mediterranean civilization. The conclusion of the Peloponnesian War left the Greek world profoundly transformed. Athens, stripped of its empire and much of its power, struggled to recover from devastating defeat. Sparta, triumphant but ill-suited for hegemonic leadership, attempted to impose its will on former Athenian allies. The political landscape that had defined the 5th century disintegrated into a more fluid arrangement of shifting alliances, rising powers, and foreign intervention. Sparta's victory in 404 BC established it as the dominant Greek power, but its attempts to exercise leadership revealed fundamental weaknesses in Spartan imperial capacity. Under commanders like Lysander, who had engineered the final victory over Athens, Sparta installed narrow oligarchies, loyal to Spartan interests in many former Athenian allied states. These deikarchies, or governments of 10, backed by Spartan military governors called harmosts, generated widespread resentment among local populations accustomed to greater autonomy or democratic governance. The Spartan approach reflected both ideological commitment to oligarchy and practical limitations of Spartan society. The small citizen body, continuing to shrink due to property requirements and battlefield losses, could not provide sufficient manpower for direct administration of a far-flung empire. The Spartan educational system, focused exclusively on military training, had not prepared its citizens for complex financial or diplomatic management. Most fundamentally, the Spartan ethos, centered on military discipline and isolation from corrupting foreign influences, proved incompatible with the cosmopolitan engagement required for successful imperial leadership. These contradictions soon produced conflict between Sparta and its former allies. Corinth and Thebes, which had fought alongside Sparta against Athens throughout the Peloponnesian War, became increasingly alienated by Spartan high-handedness and ambition. When King Agesilaus II embarked on ambitious campaigns in Asia Minor against Persian interests in 396 BC, he unwittingly triggered a reaction that would ultimately undermine Spartan power. Persia, the great empire to the east, had played a decisive role in the Peloponnesian War by providing financial support to Sparta's final naval campaigns. King Artaxerxes II now reversed this policy, dispatching the Athenian admiral Conon with Persian funds to build an anti-Spartan coalition. Persia's gold proved as effective against Sparta as it had been against Athens, financing a coalition of Thebes, Corinth, Argos, and a reviving Athens to challenge Spartan dominance. The resulting Corinthian War from 395 to 387 BC marked the first major challenge to Spartan hegemony. Initial Spartan victories at Nemea and Coronea demonstrated continued land warfare superiority, but Conon's naval victory at Cnidus in 394 BC broke Spartan control of the Aegean. The conflict dragged on inconclusively for years, draining resources from all Greek participants while Persian influence steadily increased. The war's resolution came through Persian diplomatic intervention rather than decisive battlefield victory. The Peace of Antalcidas, also called the King's Peace, imposed terms dictated by the Persian monarch and enforced by Sparta. This settlement explicitly recognized Persian control over Greek cities in Asia Minor, a humiliating concession that sacrificed the freedom of Eastern Greeks, while mandating autonomy for all other Greek states except Persian-controlled Cyprus and Clazomene. The principle of autonomy, seemingly idealistic, actually served Spartan interests by justifying the breakup of opposing coalitions, particularly the emerging Boeotian Federation led by Thebes. This settlement restored temporary Spartan predominance, but at significant cost to pan-Hellenic interests and Sparta's own moral standing. By collaborating with Persia against fellow Greeks, Sparta betrayed the legacy of the Persian Wars and its own tradition of championing Greek freedom. This moral compromise, combined with increasingly heavy-handed interventions in other Greek states, accelerated the erosion of Spartan prestige and legitimacy. Sparta's declined further through a series of strategic miscalculations. In 382 BC, a Spartan commander named Phebidas, while leading troops northward past Thebes, seized the Theban citadel with the cooperation of pro-Spartan Theban aristocrats. Though officially unauthorized, this coup received tacit approval from King Agesilaus, who remarked that the only relevant question was whether the action benefited Sparta. This naked power politics installed a narrow oligarchy in Thebes backed by Spartan military occupation. The Theban coup exemplified Sparta's abandonment of principled leadership in favor of opportunistic domination. Similar interventions occurred in Mantinea, Phlius, and other cities, generating widespread antipathy towards Spartan hegemony. Even traditional Spartan allies began questioning the costs of continued association with an increasingly tyrannical power. The turning point came in 379 BC, when a small group of Theban exiles, led by Pelopidas, infiltrated their occupied home city, and with popular support, overthrew the pro-Spartan government. This Theban revolution received crucial assistance from Athens, which had been rebuilding its military strength and expanding its network of alliances. The liberation of Thebes marked the beginning of a new power dynamic in central Greece and triggered a series of conflicts that would ultimately destroy Spartan hegemony. Thebes rapidly emerged as a formidable military power under the leadership of Epaminondas, one of history's great military innovators. Traditionally, Greek hoplite warfare had emphasized uniform phalanx depth, with the strongest troops positioned on the right wing. Epaminondas reversed this approach at the decisive Battle of Leuctra in 371 BC, placing his best troops in a 50-deep formation on the left wing, directly opposite the elite Spartan forces. This concentrated mass shattered the Spartan right wing, killing the Spartan king Cleombrotus and 400 of the 700 full Spartan citizens present, a devastating blow to Sparta's already dwindling citizen manpower. This single battle transformed the Greek world. Spartan military invincibility, the psychological foundation of their power, lay broken. Epaminondas pressed this advantage through bold campaigns into the Peloponnese, traditionally secure Spartan territory. He liberated Messenia, whose population had been helletized by Sparta for centuries, and supported the creation of Megalopolis as a democratic counterweight to Spartan influence in Arcadia. These actions struck at the economic and strategic foundations of Spartan power. Without Messenia's agricultural production worked by Helot labor, the Spartan system became unsustainable. Sparta's decline from Greek preeminence to regional irrelevance had begun. The period of Theban hegemony, though lasting less than a decade, reconfigured power relationships throughout Greece. Under Epaminondas and Pelopidas, Thebes organized a more formal Boeotian confederacy, created a professional standing army called the Sacred Band, and extended diplomatic connections as far as Thessaly and Macedon to the north and Sicily to the west. However, Theban dominance generated its own opposition, with both Athens and reviving Sparta eventually aligning against Theban power. At Mantinea in 362 BC, these shifting alliances produced another major battle, with Epaminondas again demonstrating tactical brilliance but falling mortally wounded at the moment of victory. His dying advice to make peace recognized that the battle, while tactically successful, had not decisively resolved the struggle for hegemony. Without his leadership, Theban power gradually declined from brief predominance to approximate parity with other major states. Athens pursued a parallel path of recovery and realignment during these decades. The restored democracy after 403 BC maintained remarkable stability, avoiding the worst excesses of late 5th century faction. Economic recovery proceeded gradually, with commerce and silver mining eventually returning to substantial prosperity. Naval power revived, though never to the scale of the previous century's empire. The Second Athenian League, formed in 377 BC, represented Athens' most successful attempt to rebuild its position as a leading naval power. Unlike the Delian League, this new alliance explicitly incorporated safeguards against Athenian imperial abuses. The decree of Aristoteles, which established the alliance, specifically prohibited Athenian land ownership in allied territories, the installation of Athenian garrisons or officials, and the imposition of tribute. Initially successful in attracting some 70 members, This confederacy helped check Spartan power and reasserted Athenian influence in the Aegean. However, old habits proved difficult to break. As Athens grew stronger, it began reverting to domineering behavior toward league members. The social war of 357 to 355 BC erupted when several major allies, including Rhodes, Kos, and Byzantium, revolted against perceived Athenian imperialism. Athens failed to suppress this rebellion, and the peace settlement recognized the independence of the rebellious states. This conflict, combined with the simultaneous sacred war in central Greece, fatally weakened the Athenian position at a critical juncture when a new power was emerging in the north. The 4th century witnessed important cultural and intellectual developments, even as political fragmentation increased. Athens remained the cultural capital of the Greek world despite its diminished political status. The schools of philosophy established during this period would exert influence for centuries to come. Plato, a student of Socrates, founded his academy around 387 BC, an institution that would continue operating for over 900 years. Through dialogues featuring his master Socrates as the central figure, Plato explored metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, and political theory, developing a comprehensive philosophical system that considered the material world as merely an imperfect reflection of eternal, perfect forms, accessible only through reason. Plato's most brilliant student, Aristotle, established his own school called the Lyceum after breaking with his master on fundamental philosophical questions. Rejecting Plato's theory of forms, Aristotle developed a more empirically grounded approach, encompassing detailed studies of politics, ethics, logic, rhetoric, poetry, physics, metaphysics, and biology. His systematic organization of knowledge established the foundations for Western scientific and philosophical methodology, while his analysis of constitutions and political systems drew on extensive research into the actual practices of Greek states. Other philosophical schools emerged as well, reflecting the intellectual vitality of the age. Antisthenes developed Cynic philosophy, which rejected conventional social norms and material comfort in favor of a life lived according to nature. His follower Diogenes became famous for his provocative behavior, intended to challenge social conventions, living in a ceramic jar in the Athenian agora, and telling Alexander the Great to step aside because he was blocking the sun. Aristippus of Cyrene founded the Cyrenaic school, which identified pleasure as the highest good, while advocating moderation to maximize enjoyment. These diverse philosophical movements reflected the intellectual ferment of an era, questioning traditional values after the trauma of the Peloponnesian War. Oratory reached its zenith during the 4th century as democratic politics, interstate diplomacy, and legal disputes all demanded persuasive speech. Demosthenes, overcoming a childhood stutter through legendary determination, became Athens' most forceful political voice and its most passionate advocate for resistance against Macedonian expansion. His bitter rival Aeschines represented the accommodationist faction, arguing for pragmatic acceptance of Macedonian power. Isocrates, though not a practicing orator due to a weak voice, wrote influential speeches advocating Pan-Hellenic unity against Persia under a single strong leader, initially envisioning a Greek state, but eventually accepting Philip II of Macedon as the necessary unifier. Historical writing continued to develop, with Xenophon's Hellenica taking up where Thucydides' history ended and continuing the narrative through the first half of the 4th century. Though lacking Thucydides' analytical depth, Xenophon provided invaluable first-hand accounts of key events, including his own participation in the expedition of Greek mercenaries for the Persian prince Cyrus, chronicled in his Anabasis. Local historians, and specialized studies proliferated, demonstrating increasing interest in systematic documentation of the past. The visual arts underwent significant transformation during the 4th century. Sculpture evolved toward greater naturalism, emotional expressiveness, and individualization. Praxiteles created more sensual, relaxed figures that contrasted with the austere dignity of 5th century works, as exemplified by his Aphrodite of Cnidus, the first monumental female nude in Greek art. Lysippos, official sculptor to Alexander the Great, developed a new canon of proportions with slimmer, more elegantly elongated figures. Portrait sculpture became increasingly individualized, especially in funerary monuments, reflecting both artistic developments and changing social attitudes. Architecture saw both innovation and continuity. The Corinthian order, with its elaborate acanthus leaf capitals, gained popularity alongside the established Doric and Ionic styles. New building types emerged, including the round Tholos temple, exemplified by the Tholos at Epidaurus and the Philippeion at Olympia. Theatre structures were increasingly built in stone, with the theatre of Epidaurus representing the culmination of Greek acoustical and sightline engineering. Urban planning became more systematic, as seen in the regular grid layout of cities like Rhodes, rebuilt after 408 BC. Economic developments during the 4th century reflected both recovery from the Peloponnesian War and structural changes in Greek society. Banking became more sophisticated, with prominent trapezitai bankers like Passion in Athens handling deposits, loans, and money changing across wide commercial networks. Manufacturing increased in scale, particularly in Athens, where large workshops employed dozens of slaves in producing shields, furniture, and luxury goods. Agricultural practices evolved, with greater specialization in cash crops for export markets. These developments increased overall prosperity, while exacerbating inequality between wealthy elites and ordinary citizens, creating social tensions that would influence political developments. Military affairs underwent revolutionary changes that would ultimately render the traditional polis military system obsolete. The Peloponnesian War had already demonstrated the limitations of citizen hoplite armies for extended campaigns, leading to increased reliance on lightly armed troops, specialized units, and mercenaries. 4th century commanders, like Iphicrates, developed more flexible tactics, combining different troop types, while the Theban innovations of Epaminondas demonstrated that traditional phalanx warfare itself could be transformed through tactical ingenuity. Mercenary service became increasingly common as warfare grew more frequent, campaigns lengthened, and economic pressures pushed many Greeks to seek military employment. The expedition of the 10,000 Greek mercenaries who marched into the heart of the Persian Empire to support a dynastic claimant and then fought their way back to the Mediterranean, as described in Xenophon's Anabasis, demonstrated both the military effectiveness of Greek hoplites and their availability for hire. By mid-century, substantial mercenary forces marketed their services throughout the Mediterranean world, with commanders like Chabrias of Athens simultaneously serving their home states and accepting foreign commissions. These military developments both reflected and accelerated the erosion of the classical polis ideal, which had envisioned the citizen and soldier as the same person, fighting in defense of his own community. As warfare became more professionalized, extended, and technical, the connection between citizenship and military service weakened. This separation undermined a core element of polis identity and created conditions where external powers with superior financial resources could harness Greek military skill for their own purposes. The most significant beneficiary of these changing conditions emerged on what Greeks had traditionally considered the margins of their world. Macedonia, a kingdom in northern Greece, historically dismissed by southern Greeks as backward and semi-barbaric, underwent rapid development in the mid-4th century under the leadership of Philip II, who seized the throne in 359 BC amid dynastic chaos and external threats. Philip combined exceptional personal abilities with a favorable historical moment. Exposed to Greek military techniques during his adolescent years as a hostage in Thebes, he observed Epaminondas's innovations firsthand. Upon gaining the Macedonian throne at age 23, he implemented a series of military reforms that transformed his kingdom's fighting capacity. He established a professional standing army built around a core of heavily armed infantry called the Pegetairoi, or foot companions. These troops carried longer spears than traditional hoplites and formed a more flexible phalanx formation. He developed the companion cavalry into an elite striking force capable of delivering decisive charges at critical moments in battle. He incorporated specialized units including archers, slingers, and engineers skilled in siege operations. Beyond military reform, Philip strengthened his kingdom through administrative centralization, exploitation of natural resources, and strategic marriages that solidified political alliances. The gold and silver mines of Mount Pangaeum, secured early in his reign, provided financial resources that funded both military expansion and diplomatic initiatives. Philip's court at Pella became increasingly sophisticated, attracting Greek intellectuals, artists, and mercenary commanders who brought technical expertise to Macedonian service. Philip's expansion followed a methodical pattern that revealed exceptional strategic vision. He first secured Macedonia's traditionally vulnerable borders against tribal peoples to the north and west. He then systematically extended Macedonian influence into Thessaly, Thrace, and the Chalcidice, regions rich in resources and strategically positioned for further southward expansion. By controlling key mining districts, coastal cities, and trade routes, he built a formidable economic and military foundation. The Greek states initially failed to recognize the existential threat posed by Macedonian expansion. Internal conflicts, especially the Third Sacred War, from 356 to 346 BC over control of the Delphic oracle and its treasury, consumed their attention and resources. Philip skillfully exploited these divisions, presenting himself as a champion of Delphic Apollo against the Phocians who had seized the sanctuary's wealth. His decisive intervention in this conflict earned him recognition as a legitimate participant in Greek affairs, membership in the Amphictyonic Council that administered Delphi, and presidency of the Pythian Games. Only in Athens did a consistent voice emerge, warning against Philip's true ambitions. Demosthenes, through his series of speeches known as the Philippics and Olympiacs, urgently advocated resistance to Macedonian expansion. His oratory painted Philip as an existential threat to Greek freedom and the democratic way of life, calling for united opposition before it became too late. These warnings initially gained limited traction, as the pro-Macedonian faction, led by Aeschines, argued for accommodation and emphasized Philip's Philhellenic gestures. The steady southward progress of Macedonian power eventually forced broader Greek recognition of the danger. When Philip captured the Athenian grain route through the Hellespont in 340 BC by besieging Perinthus and Byzantium, Athens finally declared war. Demosthenes achieved his greatest diplomatic success by forging an alliance between Athens and its traditional enemy Thebes to oppose Macedonian expansion. This unlikely coalition assembled a substantial force to block Philip's advance into central Greece. The decisive confrontation came at Chaeronea in Boeotia in August 338 BC. The combined Theban and Athenian army alongside contingents from other Greek states, faced Philip's veteran Macedonian forces. The battle turned on the brilliant cavalry charge led by Philip's 18-year-old son, Alexander, which broke the Theban sacred band, previously considered invincible, and secured a decisive Macedonian victory. This single engagement effectively ended the political independence of the Greek city-states and marked the twilight of the polis as the dominant form of Greek political organization. Philip's settlement after Cheronea demonstrated both moderation and strategic vision. Rather than attempting direct occupation or harsh punitive measures against Athens, he offered relatively lenient terms while methodically consolidating his control. He established Macedonian garrisons at key strategic points, including Thebes, Chalcis, and Corinth. He reorganized the Greek states into a formal confederation called the League of Corinth, with himself as hegemon or leader. This league bound members to follow Macedonian foreign policy, prohibited internal warfare between members, and guaranteed existing political systems against revolution, effectively freezing the status quo under Macedonian supervision. The culmination of Philip's Greek policy came in 337 BC, when the League of Corinth formally declared war on Persia, with Philip as supreme commander. This bold initiative positioned him as the champion of Pan-Hellenic vengeance for the Persian invasions of the previous century, while simultaneously providing justification for maintaining military forces throughout Greece. By framing Macedonian hegemony within traditional Greek antagonism toward Persia, Philip co-opted Greek cultural memory for his own imperial ambitions. The planned Persian expedition, however, would be realized not by Philip, but by his son. In 336 BC, while attending his daughter's wedding festivities, Philip was assassinated by one of his bodyguards, Pausanias, whose personal motives became entangled with court intrigue. The throne passed to Alexander, who would transform his father's considerable achievement into one of history's most spectacular empires. Philip's achievement represented both the culmination and transcendence of 4th century trends. He mastered the new military techniques pioneered within the Greek world, but implemented them on a larger scale with greater resources. He recognized the political fragmentation that prevented effective Greek resistance and exploited it systematically. He appreciated Greek culture sufficiently to present himself as its champion, while fundamentally transforming its political foundations. Under his leadership, Macedonia evolved from a peripheral monarchy to the dominant power in the Greek world, setting the stage for the Hellenistic age that would follow. The 4th century thus witnessed the paradoxical, simultaneous flourishing and political decline of Greek civilization. While philosophy, art, literature, and science achieved new heights of sophistication, the autonomous polis that had provided their institutional context weakened and ultimately surrendered sovereignty to Macedonian hegemony. This political transformation did not immediately diminish Greek cultural vitality. Indeed, the Hellenistic age would see Greek influences spread across a vastly expanded geographical area. But the distinctive synthesis of cultural achievement and civic participation that characterized classical Greece had reached its conclusion, giving way to new forms of social and political organization that would characterize the Mediterranean world for centuries to come. When Alexander ascended the Macedonian throne in the summer of 336 BC, few could have predicted that this 20-year-old king would transform the world within 13 extraordinary years. The son of Philip II and his principal wife Olympias, Alexander had received an exceptional education that combined traditional Macedonian values with Greek intellectual training. His formative years were spent between the royal court at Pella, where he witnessed his father's military and political achievements, and studies under Aristotle at Mieza, where he absorbed Greek literature, philosophy, and scientific knowledge. This blend of Macedonian martial tradition and Hellenic intellectual refinement produced a ruler of remarkable complexity and ambition. Alexander's ascension faced immediate challenges. His father's assassination created a dangerous power vacuum, with multiple succession candidates and restless subject peoples eager to test the new ruler. The young king moved decisively to secure his position. He swiftly eliminated potential rivals to the throne, including his cousin Amintas and two princes from Lyncestis. Meanwhile, southern Greek states, particularly Thebes and Athens, mistook the transition as an opportunity to reclaim independence from Macedonian dominance. Alexander's response demonstrated the military decisiveness that would characterize his reign. Rapidly marching south with his father's veteran army, he reasserted Macedonian authority before full-scale rebellion could materialize. When Thebes revolted in 335 BC, Alexander made a brutal example of the city, destroying it completely except for temples and the house of the poet Pindar. 6,000 Thebans were killed, and the survivors sold into slavery, a shocking atrocity by Greek standards that effectively discouraged further resistance. With Greece subdued, Alexander secured his northern borders through campaigns against Thracian tribes and Illyrian forces, displaying the tactical brilliance that would soon astonish the Persian Empire. By spring 334 BC, Alexander was prepared to launch the Persian expedition his father had planned. He crossed the Hellespont with approximately 37,000 troops, a modest force compared to the vast resources of the Persian Empire, but composed of experienced infantry, elite cavalry, and specialized units, including engineers and light troops. Leaving Antipater as regent in Macedonia with a substantial reserve force, Alexander embarked on what would become one of history's most extraordinary military adventures. The expedition's first major engagement occurred at the Granicus River in northwestern Anatolia. Here, Persian satraps had assembled a substantial force, including Greek mercenaries, to halt the Macedonian advance. Alexander personally led his companion cavalry in a daring river crossing under enemy fire, creating confusion in Persian ranks. The subsequent battle ended in complete Macedonian victory, with Alexander distinguishing himself through personal courage, while nearly being killed when his helmet was cleaved by a Persian nobleman's sword. This victory opened western Anatolia to Macedonian control. Alexander implemented a strategic policy that set a pattern for his future conquests. Persian officials were replaced with Macedonian or Greek administrators. Tribute payments were maintained but redirected to Alexander's treasury, and Greek cities along the coast were liberated from Persian control and enrolled in the League of Corinth. This combination of administrative continuity and political reorganization allowed relatively smooth transition to Macedonian rule. Rather than pursuing the fleeing Persian forces eastward, Alexander moved south along the Anatolian coast, securing ports and naval bases to neutralize Persian maritime strength. At Gordium, in central Anatolia, he encountered the famous Gordian knot, which legend held could only be untied by the future ruler of Asia. Alexander either cut or untied the knot. Accounts differ, in a characteristic display of decisive action that enhanced his growing mystique. The first direct confrontation with King Darius III came at Issus in late 333 BC. The Persian king had assembled a massive army and unwisely positioned it in narrow coastal terrain that negated his numerical advantage. Alexander again led his companion cavalry in a decisive charge aimed directly at Darius himself. breaking the Persian center and sending the great king fleeing from the battlefield, abandoning his family to Macedonian capture. Alexander treated the royal women with respect, setting a precedent for honorable behavior that enhanced his reputation. Following this victory, Alexander faced a strategic choice between pursuing Darius immediately eastward or securing the eastern Mediterranean coastline first. He chose the latter, recognizing that Persian naval power could threaten his supply lines and communications with Greece. This decision led to the famous Siege of Tyre, a 7-month operation of unprecedented engineering complexity. When the Tyrians rejected Alexander's demand to enter their island city and sacrifice at the temple of Melkart, he constructed a causeway connecting the mainland to the island, deployed siege engines, and ultimately captured the city by assault. His subsequent harsh treatment of Tyre, mass executions, and enslavement of survivors demonstrated that resistance would bring severe consequences. The coastal campaign continued with the siege of Gaza, where Alexander was wounded twice before capturing the city. By late 332 BC, he entered Egypt, which surrendered without resistance, weary of Persian rule. The Egyptians welcomed him as liberator and pharaoh, a divine kingship that complemented Alexander's growing sense of special destiny. During his Egyptian sojourn, he founded the first and most famous of his many cities, Alexandria, strategically located to become a commercial and cultural center connecting Egypt to the Mediterranean world. One of the most consequential episodes of Alexander's Egyptian stay was his visit to the oracle of Zeus Ammon at Siwa Oasis, deep in the Libyan desert. What transpired there remains mysterious, but afterward, Alexander increasingly emphasized his divine connections, leading to tensions with Macedonian commanders accustomed to more traditional relationships with their king. Some ancient sources suggest the oracle confirmed Alexander as the son of Zeus, a claim his mother Olympias had intimated regarding his conception. By 331 BC, Alexander was ready to confront Darius again. Turning eastward, he crossed the Euphrates and Tigris rivers unopposed and met the Persian army at Gaugamela near modern Mosul. Darius had assembled an even larger force than at Issus, including contingents from the empire's eastern provinces and war elephants from India. Fighting on open ground chosen by the Persians, Alexander faced his greatest military challenge. The Battle of Gaugamela demonstrated Alexander's tactical genius at its height. Recognizing that the Persian army stretched wider than his own forces, he arranged his troops at an angle to the enemy line and led his right wing in a charge that drew Persian forces away from their center. When a gap appeared in the Persian line, Alexander led his companion cavalry in a direct charge toward Darius, who once again fled the battlefield. The Persian army disintegrated, and though Darius escaped, the battle effectively ended the Achaemenid Empire. Alexander had defeated the greatest power of the age in just 3 major engagements over 3 years. The victorious Macedonians proceeded to Babylon, which surrendered without resistance. Alexander respected Babylonian religious and cultural traditions, sacrificing to local gods and maintaining administrative structures while installing his own officials in key positions. This policy of cultural accommodation, balanced with political control, characterized his approach throughout the conquered territories. Alexander continued to the Persian ceremonial capital of Persepolis, capturing immense treasure that resolved his financial challenges. After months of residence, he allowed the royal palace to burn in what ancient sources describe as either drunken excess or calculated symbolism of vengeance for the Persian burning of Athens more than 150 years earlier. This controversial act marked a transition point in Alexander's campaign, which increasingly shifted from defeating Persia to creating a new universal empire. The pursuit of Darius became Alexander's next focus. But before Macedonian forces could capture him, the Persian king was murdered by the Bactrian satrap Bessus, who proclaimed himself Darius's successor. Alexander honored his royal adversary with a proper burial and adopted aspects of Persian court ceremony, a development that troubled his Macedonian companions who saw themselves as conquerors, not participants in an Asian monarchy. These tensions erupted in 330 BC, when Alexander uncovered a conspiracy led by Philotas, son of his senior general Parmenion. After Philotas confessed under torture, Alexander executed him and dispatched assassins to eliminate Parmenion as well, though the older general had no proven involvement. This harsh response to perceived disloyalty, combined with Alexander's increasing adoption of Persian customs, created a dangerous atmosphere of suspicion within the high command. Matters deteriorated further when Alexander killed his companion Clytus the Black in a drunken quarrel after Clytus criticized his orientalizing tendencies and claims of divinity. Though Alexander exhibited immediate remorse, the incident highlighted the growing gulf between the king's expanding vision and the traditional expectations of his Macedonian officers. Despite these internal tensions, Alexander pressed eastward into Bactria and Sogdiana, modern Afghanistan and Central Asia. These campaigns from 329 to 327 BC proved more challenging than his earlier conquests, as he faced guerrilla resistance in mountainous terrain rather than conventional armies. Alexander adapted by developing more flexible tactical approaches, using speed and surprise against elusive opponents. He secured the region through a combination of military pressure, strategic marriages with local nobility, and establishment of garrison cities populated by Greek and Macedonian settlers. The most significant of these diplomatic marriages was Alexander's union with Roxane, daughter of a Bactrian nobleman. This political alliance helped pacify a troublesome region while reflecting Alexander's evolving vision of a mixed Greco-Persian elite. However, his subsequent attempt to introduce proskinesis, a Persian court practice involving prostration before the king, met fierce resistance from Macedonians who considered it appropriate for Persian subjects but degrading for free Greeks and Macedonians. This cultural conflict culminated in the Pages Conspiracy of 327 BC, when royal pages plotted to assassinate Alexander. After its discovery and suppression, Alexander executed the philosopher Callisthenes, Aristotle's nephew, for allegedly encouraging the plot through his criticism of the king's orientalizing tendencies. This incident marked a definitive break between Alexander and his former teacher's cultural perspective. With Central Asia secured, Alexander turned toward India, a land known to Greeks primarily through semi-mythical accounts. Crossing the Hindu Kush mountains, his forces entered the Indus Valley in 326 BC. Initial Indian kingdoms submitted peacefully, or after brief resistance, but at the Hydaspes River, Alexander encountered King Porus, commanding an army featuring war elephants, creatures unfamiliar to Macedonian troops. The Battle of the Hydaspes demonstrated Alexander's continued tactical innovation. Recognizing the challenge of crossing a swollen river against an alert enemy, he divided his forces and created diversions at multiple crossing points, while personally leading a flanking maneuver during a storm. The subsequent battle proved difficult, with elephants initially creating havoc among Macedonian formations, but Alexander's combined arms tactics ultimately prevailed. Impressed by Porus's courage, Alexander reinstated him as a subordinate ruler, following his practice of incorporating capable local leadership into his imperial structure. Alexander intended to press eastward to the Ganges and beyond, but at the Hyphasis River, his exhausted army finally refused to continue. After 3 days of attempting to persuade them, Alexander reluctantly agreed to turn back, marking the eastern limit of his conquests. The return journey featured new challenges, including a nearly fatal wound Alexander received while storming a city of the Mali people in what is now Pakistan. The final phase of Alexander's campaigns involved the difficult march through the Gedrosian Desert, where heat, thirst, and starvation caused more casualties than battle. Alexander shared his troops' hardships, reportedly pouring out water offered to him alone, a gesture that maintained his bond with ordinary soldiers despite growing distance from his officers. Upon returning to the Persian heartland in 324 BC, Alexander faced the challenge of consolidating his vast conquests into a functioning empire. At Susa, he held a mass wedding ceremony where he and 90 of his officers married Persian or other Eastern noblewomen, symbolizing his vision of cultural fusion. He also incorporated 30,000 Persian youths, trained in Macedonian military methods, into his army, signaling that ethnic Macedonians would share imperial responsibilities with Persian counterparts. These policies provoked resistance from traditional Macedonians. At Opis, the announcement that veterans would be sent home with generous rewards triggered a mutiny among troops who resented Eastern influences and feared replacement. Alexander responded with a powerful speech invoking their shared hardships and achievements, followed by a great banquet of reconciliation that temporarily eased tensions. Alexander's final year witnessed intensive administrative organization and ambitious planning. He received embassies from across the Mediterranean world, including possibly Rome, demonstrating his status as the dominant figure of his age. His plans reportedly included circumnavigation of Arabia, conquest of North Africa west of Egypt, and campaigns against Carthage and Western Mediterranean powers. The scale of these ambitions suggests Alexander envisioned a truly universal empire, encompassing the entire known world. Before implementing these plans, Alexander contracted a fever in Babylon, possibly typhoid or malaria, though ancient sources hint at poisoning. After days of declining health, he died on June 10th or 11th, 323 BC, just before his 33rd birthday. According to tradition, when asked to whom he left his empire, he replied, "To the strongest," ensuring conflict among his ambitious generals. His body, prepared for transport to Macedonia, was ultimately diverted to Egypt, where it became a powerful symbol of legitimacy for the Ptolemaic dynasty. Alexander's 13-year reign permanently transformed the ancient world. His conquests ended the Persian Empire, spread Greek culture throughout the Near East, opened trade routes between Europe and Asia, established dozens of new cities, and created unprecedented contact between diverse civilizations. His campaigns surveyed previously little-known regions, advancing geographical knowledge and scientific inquiry. Most significantly, he initiated the Hellenistic era, when Greek language and culture became the common currency of elites across a vast region from the Mediterranean to the borders of India. Beyond these tangible achievements, Alexander created an enduring legend. Even during his lifetime, his accomplishments inspired both adulation and criticism. After his death, the Alexander romance developed into a body of fantastic tales, translated into dozens of languages from Europe to Southeast Asia. In the Islamic world, he appeared as Iskandar, a semi-mythical world conqueror. Medieval European tradition transformed him into a chivalric hero. This myth-making process reflected the extraordinary impact one individual had on world history in just 13 years of active kingship. Alexander's legacy proved deeply ambiguous. To conquered peoples, he brought both destruction and new opportunities. To Greeks, he represented both the triumph of Hellenic civilization and the subversion of its political values. To subsequent rulers, he provided an unattainable model of military success and imperial vision. Perhaps his most significant legacy was not military, but cultural. The Hellenistic synthesis that blended Greek, Persian, Egyptian, and other traditions into new forms that would influence subsequent civilizations from Rome to Byzantium to the Islamic world. Whether viewed as visionary, military genius, or megalomaniac, Alexander fundamentally altered the course of ancient history. His death, at the height of his powers, left unanswerable questions about his ultimate intentions. Would he have successfully consolidated his conquests into a stable imperial system? Could Greek and Persian cultures have been genuinely integrated as he envisioned? How much further might his conquests have extended? The premature end to his reign ensured that Alexander would remain an enigmatic figure, a conqueror whose ambitions potentially exceeded even his extraordinary achievements, leaving a complex legacy that continues to fascinate more than 2 millennia after his death. The death of Alexander in 323 BC left an enormous power vacuum. The vast empire he had assembled through conquest lacked established succession mechanisms or fully developed administrative structures to maintain its unity. Without Alexander's charismatic leadership, the diverse territories stretching from the Adriatic to the Indus River faced an uncertain future. What followed was a turbulent period of conflict and realignment that would transform Alexander's conquests into the distinctive Hellenistic world. The immediate question of succession proved intractable. Alexander left a half-brother, Aridaeus, who suffered from mental disability, and a posthumous son, Alexander IV, born to Roxane shortly after the conqueror's death. With no capable adult heir, power inevitably devolved to Alexander's senior commanders, men who had shared his campaigns, but now became rivals for the spoils of empire. These Macedonian generals, later called the Diadochi, or successors, initially maintained the fiction of preserving the empire for Alexander's heirs, while carving out personal domains. The decades following Alexander's death witnessed a complex series of shifting alliances, betrayals, and conflicts known as the Wars of the Diadochi. Perdiccas, who held Alexander's signet ring, initially served as regent but was assassinated after an unsuccessful Egyptian campaign in 321 BC. Antipater, the elderly general who had maintained control in 320 BC Macedonia during Alexander's eastern campaigns, briefly established more stable oversight before his death in 319 BC. His successor, Polyperchon, failed to maintain authority, setting the stage for more intensive conflict. The most capable of the successors, Ptolemy in Egypt, Seleucus in Babylon, Lysimachus in Thrace, and Antigonus I, controlling much of Asia Minor and Syria, engaged in ever-changing coalitions against whichever general seemed closest to re-establishing imperial unity. Antigonus and his son, Demetrius Poliorcetes, the besieger, came nearest to reunifying Alexander's conquests, prompting a coalition of other generals to oppose them. The Battle of Ipsus in 301 BC marked the decisive end to dreams of maintaining a unified empire, as Antigonus fell in battle and his territories were divided among the victors. With hopes of imperial reunification dashed, the Hellenistic world crystallized into 3 major kingdoms and several smaller states. In Egypt, Ptolemy had established firm control by 305 BC, founding a dynasty that would rule for nearly 3 centuries, until Cleopatra VII's defeat by Octavian in 30 BC. The Ptolemaic kingdom maintained remarkable stability, focused on the ancient Nile civilization, with the new capital of Alexandria serving as the premier city of the Hellenistic world. Seleucus emerged from the conflict controlling the largest share of Alexander's conquests, including Mesopotamia, Syria, and large portions of Iran and Central Asia. This vast Seleucid empire stretched from the Mediterranean to the borders of India, encompassing diverse populations, languages, and cultures. Despite its impressive size, the Seleucid domain faced inherent challenges of administration and defense. Given its enormous geographic spread and limited Greek and Macedonian population base. In Macedonia itself, after several changes of control, the Antigonid dynasty, established by Antigonus Gonatas, grandson of Antigonus I, maintained rule over the Macedonian homeland and exercised varying degrees of influence over the traditionally independent Greek city-states to the south. This smallest of the three major kingdoms, nevertheless, remained militarily formidable and claimed special prestige as the Macedonian heartland. Beyond these major kingdoms, several significant independent states emerged or reasserted themselves during the Hellenistic period. The island of Rhodes developed into a major commercial power, safeguarding maritime trade while maintaining neutrality among the great kingdoms. Pergamon in western Anatolia grew from a minor fortress into a significant cultural center under the Attalid dynasty. In Bactria, Greek rulers established an independent kingdom that eventually expanded into northwestern India. The Parthians, originally a nomadic Iranian people, gradually built a powerful state that would eventually challenge and replace Seleucid control in Iran and Mesopotamia. The Greek homeland itself experienced significant political innovation during this period. While Athens and Sparta declined from their classical prominence, new federal structures emerged that transcended the limitations of the traditional polis. The Achaean and Aetolian leagues in particular developed sophisticated constitutional arrangements that balanced local city autonomy with central federal institutions, creating more effective defensive organizations than individual polis could maintain. These federal states would become the final defenders of Greek independence against Roman expansion in the 2nd century BC. Despite political fragmentation, the Hellenistic world maintained substantial cultural unity. Greek emerged as the international language of government, commerce, and high culture throughout the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. The ruling elites, even when they incorporated native nobility, cultivated Greek education, artistic tastes, and literary traditions. Greek cities, founded by Alexander and his successors across Asia and Egypt, served as administrative centers and outposts of Hellenic culture, creating networks of urban civilization from the Aegean to Afghanistan. Alexandria, in Egypt, exemplified the new cosmopolitan Hellenistic city. Founded by Alexander himself in 331 BC, it grew rapidly under Ptolemaic patronage to become the Mediterranean's largest and most dynamic urban center. Its population included native Egyptians, Greeks, Jews, Syrians, and other ethnic groups living in distinct quarters, but participating in a shared urban culture. The city's famous lighthouse, or Pharaohs, standing over 100 meters tall and visible far out to sea, symbolized Alexandria's maritime orientation and technological achievement. Alexandria's greatest cultural institutions were the library and museum established by the first Ptolemies. The library aimed to collect all significant works of literature from throughout the known world, ultimately housing hundreds of thousands of scrolls. Scholars associated with the museum engaged in literary criticism, mathematical research, geographical exploration, astronomical observation, medical investigation, and philosophical inquiry. This concentration of intellectual resources made Alexandria the premier research center of the ancient world, attracting scholars from throughout the Mediterranean basin. Other Hellenistic capitals similarly combined Greek cultural forms with local traditions and royal patronage. Antioch on the Orontes, founded by Seleucus I, became the administrative center of the Seleucid Empire's western provinces and a major commercial hub connecting Mediterranean and Asian trade routes. Pergamon, under the Attalid dynasty, developed into an architectural showpiece featuring a dramatic acropolis adorned with monumental structures, including the famous Great Altar, now reconstructed in Berlin. Smaller Greek cities throughout Asia Minor, Syria, and Mesopotamia served as administrative centers, maintaining Greek cultural forms while interacting with native populations and traditions. The political structure of these Hellenistic kingdoms differed fundamentally from the citizen-based polis of the classical period. Monarchy became the standard form of government, with kings claiming authority through military success, dynastic legitimacy, and increasingly divine or heroic status. Alexander had already begun presenting himself in godlike terms. His successors further developed ruler cults that positioned kings as divine or semi-divine figures, deserving religious veneration. This practice, alien to classical Greek political thought, but familiar in Egyptian and Persian traditions, reflected the new cultural synthesis of the age. Royal authority operated through hierarchical bureaucracies that combined Macedonian military organization with Persian administrative traditions and Egyptian record-keeping systems. Greek and Macedonian officials occupied most senior positions, but native elites increasingly found roles in government service, especially in Egypt and the eastern Seleucid territories. This administrative apparatus focused primarily on tax collection, military recruitment, and maintenance of legal systems, generally allowing significant local autonomy in cultural and religious matters. Economically, the Hellenistic period witnessed both integration and innovation. Alexander's conquests had released vast quantities of Persian treasury gold into circulation, stimulating commercial activity throughout the Mediterranean and Middle East. The successor kingdoms maintained relatively stable currencies, facilitating long-distance trade. New agricultural techniques spread through scholarly exchange and practical experimentation, while irrigation systems expanded cultivated land in Egypt and Mesopotamia. Maritime commerce flourished, connecting ports from Spain to India through increasingly sophisticated networks of merchants, bankers, and shipping specialists. Technological innovation accelerated during this period of intensified cultural exchange. Archimedes of Syracuse exemplified the Hellenistic scientific genius, developing mathematical principles still in use today while designing remarkable machines ranging from compound pulleys to screw pumps for irrigation. In Alexandria, Ctesibius pioneered pneumatic and hydraulic devices, while Philo created automated theatrical displays and primitive steam engines. Military engineering advanced significantly, with larger and more powerful catapults, massive siege towers, and warships of unprecedented size. Though primarily applied to warfare, elite entertainment, and royal prestige projects, rather than broad economic development, this technological creativity demonstrated the innovative potential of Hellenistic civilization. Hellenistic art and architecture reflected both the cosmopolitan nature of the age and its emotional intensity. Sculptors moved beyond classical restraint toward greater expressiveness, dynamic movement, and emotional impact. The Dying Gaul, Laocoon group, and Venus de Milo exemplify this evolution towards psychological complexity and dramatic physicality. Architecture became more theatrical and imposing, using landscape dramatically, as seen in the hillside sanctuary of Lindos on Rhodes, or the mountain city of Petra in Nabatea. Interior spaces grew more elaborate, with innovations in domed structures, complex urban planning, and integrated architectural environments. Literature underwent similar transformation. The classical focus on civic themes gave way to more personal, psychological, and exotic subjects. The Alexandrian poets, including Callimachus and Theocritus, cultivated shorter, more refined forms that displayed erudition and technical virtuosity rather than communal values. New genres emerged, including the romantic novel and more realistic forms of comedy that explored ordinary life and relationships. Literary criticism developed as a specialized field, with scholars at Alexandria establishing authoritative texts of Homer and other classical authors through careful comparison of manuscripts. Philosophy evolved to address the challenges of a more cosmopolitan world, where traditional polis identity had weakened. New philosophical schools, Epicureanism and Stoicism in particular, offered comprehensive guidance for living well in changed circumstances. Epicurus established his garden in Athens, teaching that happiness came through moderate pleasure, withdrawal from politics, and freedom from supernatural fears. Stoicism, founded by Zeno of Citium, emphasized virtue, rational understanding of cosmic order, and fulfillment of social duties, regardless of external circumstances. Both schools, though differing in approach, helped individuals navigate a world where older civic identities had diminished relevance. Scientific inquiry flourished in the Hellenistic environment of royal patronage, library resources, and intellectual exchange. Euclid systematized geometric knowledge in his Elements, creating a logical structure that would define mathematical education for over 2 millennia. Eratosthenes measured the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy, using observations of shadows at different latitudes. Aristarchus of Samos proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system that anticipated Copernicus by 18 centuries, though his theory gained limited acceptance. Medicine became more empirical through dissection practices at Alexandria, where Herophilus and Erasistratus investigated the nervous system, distinguished arteries from veins, and recognized the brain, rather than the heart, as the center of intelligence. Religious life during the Hellenistic period reflected both continuity and innovation. Traditional civic cults continued, but with diminished political significance as royal authority replaced polis sovereignty. Mystery religions, offering personal salvation and emotional experience, gained wider popularity, including the cults of Isis, Serapis, and Cybele. Astrology, imported from Babylonian sources, spread throughout the Mediterranean world, offering cosmic explanations for personal destiny. Jewish communities in the diaspora maintained their monotheistic tradition while engaging with Greek philosophy and literary forms, producing the Septuagint Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures and philosophical works like the Wisdom of Solomon. Syncretic tendencies characterized Hellenistic religion, with deities from different traditions identified with one another based on similar functions or attributes. This process, called interpretatio Graeca, when Greeks identified foreign gods with their own pantheon, facilitated cultural exchange while preserving traditional forms. Gods like Serapis, deliberately created during the early Ptolemaic period by combining Greek and Egyptian divine elements, exemplified conscious religious syncretism designed to unite diverse populations. The position of women in Hellenistic society showed both constraints and new possibilities. Royal women like Olympias, Alexander's mother, and later Ptolemaic queens exercised significant political influence. Hellenistic queens appeared on coinage alongside or even without their husbands, controlled substantial personal wealth, and sometimes ruled directly. as Cleopatra VII would most famously demonstrate. Beyond royal circles, evidence suggests somewhat greater economic independence for women in Hellenistic Egypt than in classical Greece, with Egyptian legal traditions allowing female property ownership influencing Greek immigrant practices. However, the fundamental patriarchal structure of ancient society remained largely intact. Military affairs grew increasingly professionalized and technical during the Hellenistic period. The successor kingdoms maintained standing armies, combining Macedonian-style phalanx infantry with various specialized units, including cavalry, light troops, and war elephants, adopted from Indian practice. Naval warfare featured ships of unprecedented size, particularly the massive quinqueremes and larger vessels of the Ptolemaic fleet. Fortification design evolved to counter advanced siege techniques, with multiple defensive walls, moats, and artillery positions becoming standard features of major cities. Professional soldiers, rather than citizen militias, formed the backbone of Hellenistic armies. Military colonies established by the Seleucids and Ptolemies throughout their territories provided land grants to veteran soldiers in exchange for service obligations, creating a permanent martial class. Mercenaries circulated throughout the Mediterranean, offering specialized skills to the highest bidder. These developments further separated military functions from citizenship, continuing the process that had begun during the 4th century BC. The Hellenistic world's balance of power remained relatively stable through the 3rd century BC, with the three major kingdoms, Ptolemaic, Seleucid, and Antigonid, checking each other through shifting alliances, while smaller states maintained independence by playing larger powers against one another. Periodic conflicts like the Syrian wars between the Ptolemies and Seleucids adjusted territorial boundaries without fundamentally altering the international system. This equilibrium, however, would not survive the westward expansion of a new Mediterranean power. Rome's entry into Eastern Mediterranean affairs fundamentally disrupted the Hellenistic power balance. Initially drawn into conflict with Macedonia during the First Macedonian War, Rome gradually increased its involvement in Greek and Hellenistic affairs. The decisive turning point came with the Second Macedonian War, concluded in 197 BC, when the Roman general Flamininus defeated Philip V at Cynoscephalae, demonstrating the superiority of legionary tactics over the Macedonian phalanx. Rome subsequently proclaimed the freedom of the Greeks, while effectively establishing hegemony over the Greek mainland. The Roman defeat of Antiochus III at Magnesia in 190 BC similarly curtailed Seleucid power and influence in Anatolia and Greece. Though Rome initially avoided direct annexation, preferring to rule through client kings and allies, its overwhelming military superiority transformed the Eastern Mediterranean's political dynamics. The destruction of Corinth in 146 BC, the same year that Rome destroyed Carthage in North Africa, marked the effective end of Greek political independence. Macedonia became a Roman province, while Greece itself was administered under various arrangements before formal provincialization as Achaia. The gradual Roman absorption of Hellenistic territories continued through the late Republic and early Empire. The Attalid kings of Pergamon bequeathed their kingdom to Rome in 133 BC. Ptolemaic Egypt maintained nominal independence until Octavian's defeat of Antony and Cleopatra, becoming a Roman province in 30 BC. The Seleucid Empire had already fragmented substantially, with Parthia claiming its eastern territories and Rome gradually absorbing its western regions, culminating with the province of Syria, established in 64 BC. While politically subordinated to Rome, Hellenistic culture remained vibrant and influential. ultimately transforming Roman society as profoundly as Roman arms had transformed Hellenistic politics. Greek remained the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean under Roman rule. Greek philosophy, literature, art, and religious concepts deeply influenced Roman intellectual and cultural development. The synthesis of Greek and Roman elements would define Mediterranean civilization for centuries, demonstrating the enduring legacy of Alexander's conquests and the Hellenistic world they created, even as political control passed to Rome. This Hellenistic age, spanning roughly 3 centuries from Alexander's death to Rome's final conquest of the Eastern Mediterranean, represented a crucial transitional period in world history. The spread of Greek culture across a vast area created unprecedented cultural connections between Europe, Africa, and Asia. The cosmopolitan cities, scientific advancements, philosophical schools, and religious developments of this era would profoundly influence subsequent civilizations from Rome to Byzantium to the Islamic world. While lacking the political coherence of Alexander's brief empire, the Hellenistic kingdoms maintained and expanded the cultural synthesis he had initiated, creating an international Hellenic civilization that transcended the narrow confines of the classical Greek world and permanently altered the trajectory of Mediterranean history. The entrance of Rome into the Hellenistic world transformed the political landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean. What began as limited involvement in Greek affairs escalated into complete dominance over the successor kingdoms and independent Greek states. Yet even as Roman legions conquered Greek territories, Greek culture exercised a profound influence on Roman society, creating a complex dynamic of political submission and cultural ascendancy that would shape Mediterranean civilization for centuries. The origins of Roman intervention in Greek affairs lay in the complex diplomacy of the early 2nd century BC. By this time, Rome had emerged as the dominant power in the Western Mediterranean, following its victory over Carthage in the First Punic War. Meanwhile, the Hellenistic East was experiencing political realignment. Philip V of Macedon and Antiochus III of the Seleucid Kingdom had agreed to partition Ptolemaic possessions outside Egypt, while independent Greek states increasingly organized themselves into leagues for mutual protection. The First Macedonian War, occurring while Rome was still engaged in its life-or-death struggle with Hannibal during the Second Punic War, resulted from Philip V's alliance with Carthage and attacks on Roman clients in Illyria. Though fought primarily through proxies and ending in stalemate with the Peace of Phenice in 205 BC, this conflict established a pattern of Roman concern with Macedonian power that would prove decisive in subsequent decades. Following its victory over Carthage, Rome turned greater attention eastward, responding to appeals from Rhodes and Pergamon threatened by Macedonian expansion. The Second Macedonian War saw direct Roman military intervention in Greece, culminating in the Battle of Cynocephalae in 197 BC. Here, the Roman legion demonstrated its tactical superiority over the Macedonian phalanx, with more flexible maniples able to exploit uneven terrain, where the rigid phalanx became vulnerable. Philip V accepted a humiliating peace, withdrawing from Greece proper and paying a substantial indemnity. The aftermath revealed Rome's initial approach to Greek affairs. At the Isthmian Games of 196 BC, the Roman general Titus Quinctius Flamininus dramatically proclaimed the freedom of the Greeks. This declaration, met with delirious celebration, announced that Rome would withdraw its forces rather than replace Macedonian hegemony with its own. This policy reflected both practical limitations on Roman administrative capacity and the Philhellenic sentiments already influential among the Roman elite. However, this freedom came with significant constraints. Greek states were expected to follow Roman diplomatic leadership and accept arbitration of their disputes. Roman involvement deepened when Antiochus III of the Seleucid kingdom, encouraged by the exiled Carthaginian general Hannibal, attempted to expand his influence into Greece. The resulting Roman-Seleucid War saw Antiochus defeated at Thermopylae in Greece and decisively at Magnesia in Asia Minor in 190 BC. The Peace of Apamea imposed harsh terms, confining Seleucid power east of the Taurus Mountains and extracting a massive indemnity. These funds enriched the Roman treasury, while Roman allies Pergamon and Rhodes received former Seleucid territories in Asia Minor, extending Rome's influence without direct administrative responsibilities. The defeat of Macedonia and the Seleucid kingdom created a power vacuum that Rome filled reluctantly but inexorably. The Senate preferred to maintain a balance of power in Greece, rather than establish provinces requiring permanent garrisons and administrative personnel. This policy, however, proved unsustainable, as Greek states continued their traditional rivalries and increasingly appealed to Rome for intervention. The emergence of the Achaean and Aetolian leagues as significant federal states complicated matters further, as these organizations possessed greater military capacity than individual polis, but also intensified conflicts through their competing ambitions. Perseus, son and successor of Philip V, attempted to restore Macedonian prominence through careful diplomacy and military preparation. Roman suspicions of his intentions led to the Third Macedonian War, culminating in the Battle of Pydna in 168 BC, where the Roman general Aemilius Paulus inflicted a crushing defeat on the Macedonian forces. The aftermath demonstrated Rome's hardening approach to Greek affairs. Macedonia was divided into 4 separate republics, their interactions restricted to prevent unified resistance. Leading citizens from Greek states suspected of sympathizing with Perseus were deported to Italy as hostages, including the historian Polybius, whose subsequent experiences in Rome would profoundly influence his understanding of Roman power. The final chapter in independent Macedonia came after a pretender named Andriscus briefly revived the kingdom, provoking Rome to abolish Macedonian autonomy entirely. In 146 BC, Macedonia became a Roman province with permanent administrative structures and military garrisons. The same year witnessed the brutal destruction of Corinth after the Achaean League foolishly challenged Roman power. Corinth, one of Greece's most prosperous commercial centers, was sacked, its inhabitants enslaved, and its buildings razed on orders of the Roman commander Mummius, a shocking demonstration that Greek independence existed only at Roman sufferance. While mainland Greece experienced direct Roman intervention, the Hellenistic kingdoms initially maintained nominal independence while increasingly orbiting Roman power. The Ptolemaic rulers of Egypt cultivated Roman friendship as protection against Seleucid ambitions. The Attalid dynasty of Pergamon aligned so thoroughly with Roman interests that the last king, Attalus III, bequeathed his entire kingdom to Rome upon his death in 133 BC, creating the Roman province of Asia, encompassing Western Anatolia's wealthiest regions. The Seleucid kingdom, already diminished by the Peace of Apamea and increasingly pressed by Parthian expansion in the east, fragmented into competing branches until Pompey the Great formally ended its existence in 64 BC, creating the Roman province of Syria. The Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt maintained the fiction of independence longest, though increasingly dependent on Roman support to resolve dynastic disputes. The famous Cleopatra VII, last of the Ptolemies, attempted to preserve Egyptian autonomy through alliances first with Julius Caesar and then with Mark Antony. But her defeat alongside Antony at Actium in 31 BC sealed Egypt's fate. The land of the Pharaohs became Octavian's personal property, effectively a Roman province, though administered under special arrangements reflecting its unique wealth and importance. For the Greeks, Roman conquest brought both trauma and opportunity. The destruction of Corinth and enslavement of its population demonstrated the brutal consequences of resistance. Mainland Greece, organized as the province of Achaia, experienced economic decline as trade routes shifted and local industries struggled against Italian competition. Agricultural land increasingly consolidated into large estates, while many Greeks sought opportunities abroad as teachers, physicians, artists, or administrators serving the new Roman masters. Yet even as political independence vanished, Greek cultural influence expanded dramatically. Rome's conquest of the Hellenistic world roughly coincided with its own cultural transformation, from a relatively simple Italian agricultural society into a sophisticated imperial power. As Romans encountered Greek learning, art, architecture, literature, and philosophy, many embraced these cultural achievements with enthusiasm. The Roman poet Horace would later encapsulate this phenomenon with his famous line, "Captive Greece captured her savage conqueror." This cultural influence began well before formal Roman conquest. From the 3rd century BC, Greek tutors educated elite Roman youth, teaching language, literature, rhetoric, and philosophy. Greek architectural forms and artistic conventions were adopted for Roman temples, public buildings, and private homes. Greek literary genres and themes inspired emerging Latin literature, with early Roman writers often directly translating or adapting Greek originals. By the late Republic, fluency in Greek and familiarity with Greek cultural achievements had become essential markers of elite Roman identity. The conquest accelerated this cultural exchange by bringing unprecedented numbers of educated Greeks to Italy. Some arrived as slaves captured in war, their intellectual skills making them valuable as tutors, scribes, and household managers. Others came voluntarily as teachers, physicians, artists, and intellectuals, seeking patronage among wealthy Romans. Greek philosophers established schools in Rome, while Greek architects and artists found eager patrons for their work. The physical transfer of Greek cultural treasures to Rome visibly symbolized this process. Roman generals routinely looted art, sculpture, and precious objects from conquered Greek cities, displaying these spoils in triumphal processions before dedicating them in temples or using them to decorate public spaces. Aemilius Paulus famously transported the Macedonian royal library to Rome after Pydna, while Sulla shipped entire marble columns from Athens to Italy. This appropriation of Greek material culture reflected both appreciation for Greek aesthetic achievement and desire to demonstrate Roman power through possession of prestigious objects. The Roman response to Greek culture was not unanimously enthusiastic. Traditional Romans, like the elder Cato, warned against Hellenic softness, corrupting Roman virtue and discipline. They advocated maintaining distinctively Roman values and customs against foreign influence. This tension between Philhellenism and Roman traditionalism created a cultural dialectic that would persist throughout the late Republic and early Empire, producing a distinctive Greco-Roman synthesis rather than simple cultural replacement. For ambitious Greeks under Roman rule, mastery of Roman political and legal systems offered pathways to influence and advancement. The historian Polybius, initially brought to Rome as a hostage, became an influential advisor to Scipio Aemilianus and other Roman leaders through his understanding of both Greek and Roman perspectives. His history, analyzing Rome's rise to Mediterranean dominance, helped both Romans and Greeks comprehend their new relationship. Increasingly, elite Greeks learned Latin, studied Roman law, and and adapted to Roman administrative expectations, positioning themselves as valuable intermediaries between Roman power and Greek populations. So Athens, though politically diminished, gained renewed prestige as an educational center during this period. Young Romans of elite families traveled to study rhetoric, philosophy, and literature in the city still venerated as the fountainhead of Greek learning. The philosophical schools, Platonic Academy, Aristotle's Lyceum, the Stoa, and the Garden of Epicurus, continued operating, attracting students from throughout the Mediterranean world. Athens suffered severe damage during the Mithridatic Wars when it unwisely sided against Rome, but its cultural significance ensured special treatment even in defeat. Cicero, Horace, and many other prominent Romans spent their formative years studying in Athens, deepening the intellectual connections between the conquering and conquered cultures. This educational pilgrimage reflected broader patterns of intellectual exchange. Greek philosophy profoundly influenced Roman thought, with Stoicism particularly appealing to the Roman elite through its emphasis on duty, self-discipline, and participation in public life. Cicero's philosophical works adapted Greek ideas for Roman audiences, while Lucretius presented Epicurean physics and ethics in Latin poetic form. Greek medical knowledge, astronomical observations, mathematical techniques, and engineering principles found practical application in Roman contexts. Even in religion, Greek and Roman deities were systematically identified with one another, creating a syncretic Greco-Roman pantheon, while mystery cults of Greek and Eastern origin gained popularity throughout the expanding Roman world. The literary relationship proved especially creative. Early Roman writers like Livius Andronicus, Ennius, and Plautus directly translated or adapted Greek originals, establishing Latin literary foundations on Greek models. By the late Republic, Roman authors had developed more sophisticated engagement with Greek predecessors. Catullus and his contemporaries adapted Greek lyric forms to express distinctively Roman sensibilities. Virgil's Aeneid consciously responded to the Homeric epics while asserting Roman destiny. Ovid playfully transformed Greek myths into vehicles for exploring human psychology and Roman social realities. Architecturally, the Romans adapted Greek forms while developing their own innovations. The classical orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, were incorporated into Roman buildings, but often modified for decorative rather than structural purposes. Roman architectural innovations, including the arch, vault, and dome, combined with concrete construction techniques, enabled the creation of interior spaces far larger than Greek post and lintel methods allowed. The resulting synthesis preserved Greek aesthetic principles, while serving distinctively Roman needs for administrative, entertainment, and practical structures on an imperial scale. The visual arts showed similar creative adaptation. Roman sculptors studied Greek masterpieces while developing their own distinctive approaches, particularly in portraiture. Where Greek art had idealized its subjects, Roman portraits emphasized individual features and realistic representation. Historical relief sculpture, narrating specific events, represented another Roman innovation, exemplified by monuments like Trajan's Column. Meanwhile, the Roman elite eagerly collected Greek originals or commissioned copies of famous works, creating an art market that preserved many Greek masterpieces, now known only through Roman replicas. This cultural exchange operated within a fundamentally unequal power relationship. Romans selectively appropriated elements of Greek culture they found valuable, adapting and transforming them for their own purposes. Greeks, having lost political autonomy, emphasized cultural achievement as their enduring contribution to civilization. The result was a complex dynamic where Greeks maintained cultural prestige and influence even while politically subordinated to Rome. The Greek East ultimately proved the more durable portion of the Roman Empire. When Christianity became the empire's official religion, Greek intellectual traditions provided the conceptual framework for theological development. Greek remained the dominant language of the eastern provinces, laying foundations for the Byzantine Empire that would survive the Western Empire's collapse by nearly a millennium. The Greek cultural legacy, absorbed and transmitted through Roman imperial structures, would influence European civilization through the Renaissance and beyond. This peculiar victory and defeat demonstrates how cultural influence can transcend political and military outcomes. Though Roman legions conquered the Greek world, Greek ideas conquered Roman minds. The resulting Greco-Roman civilization synthesized elements from both traditions into a cultural framework that would define the Mediterranean world for centuries and establish intellectual foundations still visible in modern Western institutions, from architecture to literature, from philosophy to political theory. The story of Rome and Greece thus represents not simply conquest and subjugation, but a complex cultural dialogue whose legacy far outlasted the political structures of either civilization. The influence of ancient Greece extends far beyond its brief political florescence or its geographical boundaries. Long after Greek political independence ended with Roman conquest, the intellectual, artistic, and political achievements of Hellenic civilization continued to shape human thought and expression. This enduring legacy has operated through multiple channels of transmission, revival, and reinterpretation, making Greek contributions foundational to Western civilization and influential throughout the world. Under Roman rule, Greece itself entered a period of relative economic decline, but maintained cultural prestige. The Roman elite not only admired Greek achievements, but actively preserved and transmitted them. Roman authors wrote in both Latin and Greek, with Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, composing his meditations in Greek rather than Latin. Athens, though politically diminished, flourished as an educational center where wealthy Romans completed their studies. The Second Sophistic movement of the 2nd century AD saw renewed interest in classical Greek rhetoric and literature, with Greek intellectuals celebrating their heritage while adapting to Roman political realities. When Christianity became the dominant religion of the Mediterranean world, it developed its theological foundations substantially in Greek. The New Testament was written in Koine Greek, the common dialect that evolved from classical Attic Greek during the Hellenistic period. Early church fathers engaged extensively with Greek philosophical traditions, particularly Platonism, to articulate Christian doctrine. Theologians like Origen, Basil of Caesarea, and Gregory of Nazianzus received thorough classical Greek education before applying these intellectual tools to Christian thought. The resulting synthesis embedded Greek philosophical concepts within Christian theology, ensuring their transmission through religious channels, even as traditional pagan learning faced challenges. The division of the Roman Empire in the late 4th century AD positioned the eastern Greek-speaking portion for longer survival and cultural continuity. What historians call the Byzantine Empire, though its inhabitants considered themselves Romans, preserved and transmitted Greek learning while developing distinctively medieval institutions and Orthodox Christianity. In Constantinople, classical texts continued to be copied and studied, even as Western Europe experienced fragmentation and cultural disruption following the Western Empire's collapse. Byzantine scholars maintained unbroken contact with ancient Greek literature, philosophy, science, and political thought, though interpreting these traditions through Christian and imperial lenses. Islamic civilization provided another crucial channel for preserving and developing Greek knowledge. As Muslim armies conquered formally Byzantine territories in the 7th and 8th centuries, they encountered the rich intellectual heritage of the Hellenic world. During the Abbasid Caliphate, particularly in 9th century Baghdad, a systematic effort translated Greek scientific, medical, and philosophical works into Arabic. Scholars like Hunayn ibn Ishaq rendered Galen's medical treatises, Euclid's geometry, Ptolemy's astronomy, and Aristotle's philosophical works accessible to the Islamic world. These translations stimulated remarkable intellectual developments as Muslim thinkers engaged critically with Greek ideas. Philosophers like Al-Farabi, Avicenna, and Averroes developed sophisticated interpretations of Aristotle that would later influence European scholasticism. Mathematicians extended Greek geometric knowledge, developing algebra and trigonometry beyond ancient achievements. Astronomers refined Ptolemaic models, while conducting new observations from observatories in Baghdad, Damascus, and Cairo. Medical theorists built upon Hippocratic and Galenic foundations, while adding clinical observations and surgical techniques. This flourishing intellectual culture preserved Greek learning during periods when it received less attention in Western Europe. The medieval West maintained more limited but significant contact with Greek thought, primarily through Latin translations and commentaries. Boethius in the 6th century translated portions of Aristotle's logical works, providing a crucial resource for early medieval education. The monastery of Monte Cassino preserved medical texts derived from Greek sources. Byzantine diplomatic contacts occasionally brought Greek manuscripts westward. However, most Greek literature and philosophy remained inaccessible to Latin readers until the Renaissance, with Aristotle known primarily through Arabic commentaries translated into Latin. The pivotal moment for Greek influence on Western civilization came with the Italian Renaissance, catalyzed partly by increased contact with Byzantine scholars. As Turkish conquests threatened the Byzantine Empire, Greek intellectuals increasingly traveled westward, bringing manuscripts and linguistic expertise. After Constantinople's fall in 1453, this trickle became a flood, with refugee scholars finding positions in Italian universities and courts. Figures like Manuel Chrysoloras, Cardinal Bessarion, and John Argyropoulos introduced Italian humanists to Greek language and literature, helping establish philological methods for studying classical texts. The resulting revival of learning transformed European intellectual life. Works by Plato, previously known only through secondary sources, became directly accessible, challenging the Aristotelian dominance of medieval scholasticism. Greek literature inspired new literary forms and aesthetic principles. Ancient historical texts provided models for Renaissance historiography and political analysis. Perhaps most significantly, Greek mathematics, astronomy, and natural philosophy stimulated scientific inquiry, contributing to the scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries. This Renaissance enthusiasm for ancient learning spread beyond Italy across Europe, profoundly influencing the emergence of early modern thought and culture. Erasmus of Rotterdam exemplified the humanist scholar thoroughly versed in Greek texts and committed to their educational value. Northern European universities established professorships in Greek, while printing technology made classical works widely available to students and scholars. Ancient Greek models influenced architecture, sculpture, painting, and city planning, as architects like Palladio and Wren adapted classical principles to modern needs. The Enlightenment of the 18th century reinterpreted Greek achievements through its own philosophical lens. Thinkers like Diderot, Voltaire, and Gibbon found in ancient Greece a model of rational inquiry independent of religious authority. The Athenian democratic experiment provided inspiration for political reformers, though often idealized beyond its historical reality. Greek artistic principles, interpreted through neoclassical aesthetics, influenced everything from furniture design to monumental architecture, with Greek revival styles dominating public buildings in Europe and America. In the 19th century, Greek studies became professionalized through the emerging German university system. Classical philology developed rigorous methods for establishing authentic texts and tracing linguistic development. Archaeology evolved from treasure hunting to systematic investigation, with Heinrich Schliemann's excavations at Troy and Mycenae connecting Homeric epic with material culture. Historical scholarship placed Greek achievements in broader Mediterranean context, while still acknowledging their distinctive character. This academic foundation established ancient Greek studies as a cornerstone of humanistic education throughout Western universities. The same period witnessed Greek cultural and political influence extending beyond academic circles into popular consciousness. The Greek War of Independence against Ottoman rule from 1821 to 1832 galvanized European Philhellenism, with poets like Byron portraying modern Greeks as heirs to ancient glory, deserving liberation. Greek architectural motifs adorned public buildings and private homes, while Greek mythology provided endless material for painting, sculpture, and literature. When the modern Olympic Games were established in 1896, their connection to ancient Greek athletic competitions explicitly linked modern international sports with Hellenic traditions. Throughout these historical developments, certain Greek contributions have proven particularly influential. Athenian democracy, despite its limitations excluding women, slaves, and foreign residents, established the radical principle that citizens should govern themselves through direct participation, rather than submitting to monarchical or aristocratic rule. Though often filtered through representative systems and expanded beyond the ancient citizenship boundaries, this democratic principle has become a dominant political ideal. Key concepts in modern democratic governance: citizenship, equality before the law, public deliberation, civilian control of military forces, and constitutional constraints on power, have roots in Greek political practice and theory. Greek philosophy established foundational questions and methodologies that continue shaping human understanding of existence, knowledge, ethics, and society. Socrates' questioning method challenged unreflective assumptions and demonstrated the value of critical examination. Plato's theory of forms raised essential questions about the relationship between appearances and reality, while his Republic explored justice at both individual and societal levels. Aristotle's systematic approach to knowledge classification, empirical observation, logical analysis, and ethical inquiry provided frameworks still relevant to contemporary thought. Pre-Socratic investigations into natural phenomena pioneered scientific inquiry, while Epicurean atomism anticipated aspects of modern physics. These diverse philosophical traditions established rational discourse as a means of understanding reality, a legacy that continues through modern philosophy and science. Greek contributions to mathematics and science proved equally fundamental. Euclidean geometry provided a model of deductive reasoning, from axioms to conclusions, that influenced not just mathematics, but logical thinking across disciplines. Archimedes developed essential principles of mechanics, hydrostatics, and infinitesimal calculus. Eratosthenes calculated Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy, using elegant mathematical reasoning. Hippocratic medicine established clinical observation and natural causation, rather than supernatural intervention, as the basis for understanding disease. These achievements laid groundwork for the scientific revolution and continue influencing modern scientific methodology. Greek artistic and literary innovations similarly established enduring forms and standards. The Greek architectural orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, have remained fundamental to Western building design from Roman times through contemporary architecture. Sculptural achievements in representing the human form naturalistically, while idealizing its proportions, influenced artistic representation across cultures. In literature, Homer's epic poems established narratives exploring human heroism, mortality, and ethical complexity that continue resonating across literary traditions. Greek tragedy, particularly works by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, created profound explorations of human suffering, moral dilemmas, and cosmic justice that remain staples of world theatre. Greek comedy evolved from ritual origins to Aristophanes' political satire, and finally, Menander's character-driven new comedy that influenced Roman and later European dramatic forms. The Greek achievement in historical writing deserves particular emphasis. Herodotus, despite including material modern historians would consider mythological, pioneered cross-cultural comparison and attempted to explain human events through investigation rather than divine attribution. Thucydides developed a more analytical approach, emphasizing political and military affairs while seeking underlying patterns in human conflict. Together, they established history as a discipline distinct from myth or religious narrative, focused on human actions and their consequences. This approach to understanding the past as explicable through human agency rather than divine intervention remains foundational to historical methodology. Beyond these specific contributions, Greek civilization bequeathed broader cultural attitudes of lasting significance. The agonistic spirit, celebration of competition in athletics, drama, rhetoric, and other fields, established excellence as demonstrated through open contest rather than inherited status. The balance of community obligation with individual achievement created tension between collective and personal goods that continues animating political discourse. The Greek conception of paideia, education forming the whole person through integrated physical, moral, and intellectual development, continues influencing educational philosophy. Perhaps most fundamentally, the Greek commitment to rational inquiry, belief that the cosmos is comprehensible through human reason, and confidence in intellectual discourse as a path to understanding represent enduring attitudes that have shaped subsequent Western thought. This Greek legacy has not transmitted without controversy or criticism. From the Roman period onward, each culture encountering Greek achievements has selectively appropriated, reinterpreted, or rejected elements according to its own needs and values. The Renaissance humanists idealized Greek learning while adapting it to Christian contexts. Enlightenment thinkers emphasized rational aspects of Greek thought while downplaying religious elements. 19th century classical education often presented Greek civilization as uniquely excellent, obscuring its debts to Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Phoenician, and Persian influences. Modern scholarship has restored more historical context, recognizing both Greek innovations and their embeddedness in wider Mediterranean networks of cultural exchange. The traditional narrative of Greek miracle emerging in isolation has given way to more nuanced understanding of cross-cultural influences, particularly from neighboring civilizations to the east and south. Critical perspectives have highlighted problematic aspects of Greek society, including slavery, gender inequality, imperialism, and xenophobia. Yet these necessary corrections have not diminished recognition of genuine Greek contributions to human thought and culture. The transmission of Greek cultural legacy continues evolving in our contemporary world. While traditional classical education has declined in Western school systems, Greek influences persist through indirect channels. Democratic political structures, scientific methodologies, literary and artistic forms, architectural principles, philosophical concepts, and even Olympic athleticism all carry forward aspects of Greek cultural DNA. Digital humanities projects now make ancient texts accessible to global audiences, while archaeological discoveries continue enriching understanding of the material context for Greek achievements. Modern Greece itself navigates complex relationships with its ancient heritage, balancing tourist expectations, national identity, and contemporary realities. In evaluating this immortal legacy, we cannot view ancient Greece uncritically through idealized lenses of subsequent admiration. Their society contained profound contradictions: philosophical inquiry alongside slavery, democratic participation alongside gender exclusion, artistic brilliance alongside brutal warfare. Their achievements emerged from particular historical circumstances that cannot and should not be recreated. Yet the questions they asked, the forms they created, the principles they discovered, and the ideals they articulated continue resonating across centuries and cultures. The enduring power of Greek achievement lies not in providing fixed answers, but in establishing fruitful questions and approaches. Their philosophical traditions bequeathed methods of inquiry rather than dogmatic conclusions. Their artistic and literary forms created flexible frameworks for expressing human experience rather than rigid formulas. Their political experiments raised fundamental questions about justice, freedom, and governance that each generation must reconsider. Their scientific investigations established rational methodology rather than unchangeable doctrines. This legacy of questioning, creating, observing, and deliberating, rather than any specific conclusion or product, represents Greece's most valuable contribution to human civilization. As modern societies face unprecedented challenges from technological change, environmental crises, political polarization, and global interconnection, the Greek legacy continues offering valuable perspectives. Their experience with direct democracy speaks to contemporary concerns about citizen participation and deliberative quality. Their philosophical exploration of the good life raises essential questions about values and priorities beyond material consumption. Their artistic achievements demonstrate how creative expression can integrate beauty, meaning, and communal identity. Their historical consciousness reminds us that understanding the past provides insight into present possibilities and limitations. The story of ancient Greece thus remains unfinished, continuing through each generation's engagement with this remarkable civilization's achievements, limitations, and enduring questions. From the shores of the Aegean to the furthest reaches of global culture, the Greek legacy persists not as a static monument, but as a living conversation about what makes us human, how we should live together, and how we can understand the cosmos we inhabit. In this ongoing dialogue across centuries, we find perhaps the most fitting tribute to a civilization that, despite its ancient origins, continues speaking to our most contemporary concerns. From the misty origins of Hellenic civilization to its absorption into the Roman world, we have traversed 3,000 years of human striving, creativity, conflict, and achievement. The journey of ancient Greece represents one of history's most remarkable narratives. A relatively small population, inhabiting a challenging landscape, who nonetheless created enduring monuments of thought, art, literature, and political organization that continue shaping our world today. This Greek story began with myths explaining cosmic origins and divine hierarchies, proceeded through Bronze Age splendor and subsequent collapse, witnessed the painful rebirth of civilization during the Dark Age, flourished in the revolutionary innovations of the Archaic period, reached unparalleled cultural heights during the Classical era, expanded dramatically through Alexander's conquests, and finally transformed into the cosmopolitan Hellenistic civilization that Rome would ultimately absorb. Throughout these transitions, certain distinctive Greek characteristics persisted: commitment to rational inquiry, celebration of human achievement, tension between individual excellence and communal identity, and capacity for creative adaptation to changing circumstances. Though Greek political independence ended with Roman conquest, Greek cultural influence expanded through Roman transmission, Byzantine preservation, Islamic development, and Renaissance revival, ultimately becoming foundational to Western civilization and influential worldwide. Democratic governance, philosophical inquiry, scientific methodology, artistic and literary forms, historical consciousness, and critical thinking all bear the unmistakable imprint of Greek innovation. What makes the Greek achievement particularly remarkable is its emergence from such modest beginnings. Without the vast agricultural resources of Egyptian or Mesopotamian river valleys, the centralized power of Persian imperial organization, or the extensive territories of later empires, the Greeks created cultural monuments of extraordinary sophistication and enduring relevance. Their fragmentation into competitive city-states, while politically problematic, fostered intellectual and artistic experimentation that might have been suppressed under more centralized authority. Perhaps most significantly, the Greeks demonstrated how a civilization's physical and political collapse need not mean its cultural extinction. Though Troy fell, Homer sang its tale. Though classical Athens declined, its philosophical schools nurtured new generations. Though Alexander's empire fragmented, Hellenistic culture flourished across 3 continents. Though Rome conquered Greece, Greek thought conquered Roman minds. The Greek experience thus offers a profound reminder that civilization's most valuable aspects can transcend military defeat, political subjugation, or economic decline. From our modern perspective, Greek civilization appears simultaneously distant and familiar. Their fundamental questions, what is justice? How should society be governed? What constitutes human excellence? What can we know about the cosmos? Remain our questions today. Their artistic and literary creations still move us emotionally while engaging our intellects. Their political experiments, despite obvious limitations, established principles of citizenship, legal equality, and public deliberation that continue shaping modern governance. The Greeks themselves were acutely conscious of their place in history. Thucydides wrote his account of the Peloponnesian War as a possession for all time, recognizing that human nature remains consistent despite changing circumstances. This historical consciousness represents one of Greece's most valuable legacies, the understanding that by studying the past, we gain insight into our present condition and future possibilities. As we conclude this journey through ancient Greece, we might best honor this remarkable civilization, not through uncritical veneration, but through continuing engagement with their achievements, limitations, and enduring questions. The Greek legacy lives not in dusty manuscripts or silent ruins, but in the ongoing conversation their ideas and creations still inspire. Their story reminds us that civilizations may rise and fall, but their finest contributions to human understanding and expression can achieve a kind of immortality, speaking across vast distances of time and space to audiences their creators could never have imagined. In this sense, the ancient Greek world never truly ended. It lives on in our political institutions, philosophical discussions, scientific methodologies, artistic forms, literary genres, architectural principles, athletic competitions, and perhaps most fundamentally, in our belief that the human mind can comprehend the cosmos and shape society through rational discourse. That enduring conversation between ancient Greece and subsequent generations represents their most profound legacy, an open dialogue about what it means to be human that continues enriching our understanding 3 millennia after it began on the shores of the Aegean Sea.